then I'm just going to try to accompany you with beatboxing. In that engagement, you can also exchange contact information. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. That is good. All right. To the extroverts in the room, this was very easy. To the introverts, this was uncomfortable. But let's start by getting out of our comfort zones, because to build with data, we have to get ready to be uncomfortable. And we cannot build anything meaningful in our comfort zone, so we engage. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So ladies and gentlemen, hello? Hello? Don't move back to your seats, but if you can hear me, please look forward. If you can hear me, please look forward. If you can hear me, please look forward. Don't move back to your seats yet. Hello? People now, conversations are going. You're asking them, well, how can I get a visa to your country? Hold on. Hello? Data Tamasha 2026, hello? Okay, so I say Data Tamasha 2026. What you say is kujenga na data. All right, Data Tamasha 2026. Wonderful. So this is what we're going to do. I am assuming six na data. Yes? Okay, now I'll have to count us down. Let's let Africa and the world know what's happening in the beautiful land of Zanzibar this morning. Are you ready? Wonderful, let's go. 1, 2, 3, Data Tamasha 2026! Woo! Wonderful, please do take your seats. I will tell you what to do with those videos and those photos shortly. Give your neighbor a round of applause. Give your neighbor a round of applause. Tell them welcome. Karibu sana. Tunavyojenga na data. Ladies and gentlemen, as I introduce myself, my name is Khalil Mboy. I run a group of enterprises called Unleashed Africa Enterprises, and it is with great pleasure and honor that I will be hosting our conversations this morning, tomorrow, and throughout Data Tamasha. I have got a few announcements for us this morning. Before we proceed, the first, like I said initially, we are live streaming directly on the Policy and Tanzania Data Lab YouTube pages. So if you do have somebody who was unable to be here, let them know that they can still catch up in the conversation and make sure that they engage throughout our time together. That is the Data Tamasha 2026 is available on the Policy as well as the Tanzania Data Lab YouTube pages. We are live. And then, of course, with those photos and the videos that you have just taken, do post them across your social media pages, assuming you have already gotten consent. And the hashtags you are going to be using is 1, hashtag kujenga na data. For those who are not Swahili speakers in the room, hopefully we'll get to project that on the screen so you're not unsure or uncertain about how to spell kujenga na data. And the second hashtag is DTA 2026. Very simple. Data Tamasha Africa 2026. DTA 2026. Hashtags, same hashtag across all our social media platforms. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, I spoke about consent. Participants are encouraged to take photos. We are encouraged to share moments across the event. But please, let's make sure that we are collectively keeping a safe space for everybody. There are some of us who are not comfortable with giving that consent, and we're going to be wearing dark blue lanyards. For all of us who are comfortable with that, giving that consent of having our photos taken, we have light blue lanyards. Now, should you have a light blue lanyard and you would like to shift it to a dark blue lanyard, please feel free to go back to the registration counter and let them know. And then after that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you know, to all those who would need translation, we have translation team in the back, so please do put your hand up so we can get the translation devices to you. We will be translating from English to French. If you could put your hand up right now so that the team sees where you are. There is a gentleman right here. Anybody else needing a translation device? Bonjour is as far as I will go. Oh no, I know je t'aime. It's very important, je t'aime. Aha, all right. Je m'appelle Khalila. Listen, I know a lot more. I'm good, I'm good. I'm trying to think about manger. Hey, Duolingo did not do me well. All right, so there's a gentleman right here. I just want to make sure he gets his headset before we proceed. All right. If there's anybody else during the course of the day, please do not hesitate to ask so we can get that to you. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, should there be any interventions, any presentations, any remarks given in Swahili, I will make sure to come back to the stage and ensure that we all move along well. I will be translating as we go. It's a gentleman right here. Sir, could you please put your hand up once more? Right there. Asante sana. Ah, I know what to say. Bien. Nice. Give me a round of applause. Surely my French, right now, I can travel to those countries. I'm good. All right. And then also, given the spirit of our coming together, it is very important that we do engage in these conversations. But at any one point, should you need to take a break, should you need a space to reflect, to take a breather, there is a wellness room that has been arranged. The wellness room is on the second floor. There's a wellness room on the second floor. Should you need to find your way to that room, please do not hesitate to ask anybody from the Tanzania Data Lab, as well as policy teams, or you can just go to the registration booth and they will be able to let you know where the wellness room is located. Another thing, firstly I talked about consent, but at this point I want to talk about an area of safety. It is our collective responsibility to make sure that we are maintaining a feel of safety for everybody within this conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, as much as possible, we will be ensuring that we are creating a safe space for people to ask questions, a safe space for people to engage, a safe space for people to dig deeper, a safe space for people to be safe, but at the same time, it is our responsibility to create it for others, as well as, should you get to any point where you do feel unsafe in any way, ladies and gentlemen, please, the people that you will approach are either Mahadia Tunga or Nima Ear from Policy. Mahadia Tunga, Dr. Mahadia Tunga from Tanzania Data Lab, or Neema Ear from Policy. You will see them here this morning, so you will know exactly who they are. And after saying that, we also have a speed dating sign-up happening. What is, oh, somebody clapped. Hey, you're good. Let's just clap for the one who clapped, because they know. Hey, it is not that type of one that you are thinking. This is different. It is not related to Je t'aime. It is not. But we do have speed dating session that has been organized for tomorrow. As much as we're engaging in conversations in this place, it is also very important that we network in a meaningful way. So tomorrow morning, that will be happening at 10 a.m. Now, you are encouraged to go back to the same platform that you registered to attend Data Tamasha. And what you're going to do is go to, I believe it is register.datatamasha, and you will be able to see right at the top an area where you can click to take part in the speed dating round tomorrow morning. The speed dating is only going to be able to accommodate 40 people. So the first 40 people who sign up for that will be the ones who will be accommodated tomorrow. Now, please do not sign up for it if you will not be able to make it. It is very important that those who sign up are able to make it so we get to our number of 40. So what you're going to do is go back to your platform, register.datafest.africa. Register.datafest.africa, and you can sign up for speed dating that will be happening tomorrow at 10 a.m. To the introverts, congratulations. Because sometimes you're like, the extroverts, we know you know what you're doing. By now you already have 30 contacts. Some of you already like your book is full, but the intro it can be a challenge to create meaningful conversations. So, congratulations to Data Tamasha 2026 for creating that atmosphere where people can engage and network in a meaningful way. Okay, and then of course, again, just waiting to come down. And our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, is none other. Just waiting to come down. And our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than Honorable Mudrik Ramadan Soraga. He is the Minister of Communications, Information Technology and Innovation from the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. He will be coming in with a few other delegates from the government of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, as well as our conveners. And of course, as he enters the room, I will ask that we all get up on our feet and give him a round of applause as he walks in, just to respect that moment. And then, of course, we will proceed accordingly. Do make sure that you take as many notes as possible, right? For all the interventions that will be shared, as much as we are privileged to be in this room, there are people within our circles of influence that are not. So I am hoping, in the spirit of Ubuntu, we will be able to share some of the things that we hear in this room with the people who are not here. If it is your co-workers, if it is your colleagues, whatever it is, it could also be family and friends. Let them know what is happening in Zanzibar at Data Tamasha 2026, because you are the custodian of that message to ensure that across Africa, we are building with data. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be back shortly. Karibu kwa mara nyingine tena. Data Tamasha 2026. Karibuni sana. That we get up on our feet as the guest of honor comes into the venue. Our guest of honor this morning, Mabibi na Mabwana, ladies and gentlemen, is none other than Honorable Mudrik Ramadan Soraga, Minister of Communications, Information Technology and Innovation of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Alongside him will be other dignitaries that I will introduce shortly. He has been welcomed outside with traditional Zanzibari sounds. And we will receive him in the room with a roaring round of applause, recognizing the incredible work that not only this ministry but the government is doing to promote and push what building with data needs to look like for the Africa of now and later. Ladies and gentlemen, mabibi na mabwana, hand of applause, makofi kwake mgeni rasmi. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister of Communications, Information, Technology and Innovation from the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Honorable Mudrik Ramadan Soraga. Karibu sana mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tuongeze makofi jamani. Let's roar this morning across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, tafadhali tunakukaribisha kuketi. Ladies and gentlemen, together with the guest of honor, we have His Excellency Andrew Lentz, ladies and gentlemen, the Ambassador of the United States of America to the United Republic of Tanzania. Karibu sana. Let's give him a round of applause. Also, we have Honorable Zayana Abdallah Hamid, Member of Parliament representing colleges and universities in Zanzibar, Vice Chancellor of the Health Community for the United Republic of Tanzania. She is also the Interplanetary Union Delegate. Tafadhali, you may have your seats. Let's give her a round of applause as well. So we also have with us Ms. Fatma Baruch Hamis, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Communications, Information, Technology and Innovation, Zanzibar. Makofi kwake, mabibi na mabwana. Ms. Hawa Ibrahim Baye, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Communications, Information, Technology and Innovation, Zanzibar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. Josephine Rogate Kimaro, Executive Secretary, Zanzibar Planning Commission. Karibu sana. We also have with us government directors and senior officials from the Ministry of Communications, Information Technology and Innovation, Zanzibar. Let's give them a collective round of applause. Tafadhali, wherever you are, tafadhali give us a wave. Karibuni sana. In the room with us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we also have Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga, Director General, ICT Commission, United Republic of Tanzania. Dr. Emmanuel Lamek Mkilila, ladies and gentlemen, Mkilia, Director General, PDPC, Tanzania. Karibu sana. Mabibi na mabwana, tuko naye pia Mr. Mark Brian Schreiner, ladies and gentlemen, Country Representative, UNFPA, Tanzania. We have representatives from UNCDF as well as IFAD. Ladies and gentlemen, also Mr. Steve Prager, Program Manager, Gates Foundation. Karibu sana. Mr. Chris Maloney, Program Officer, Gender Equity and Governance Program, learning, demonstration, as well as connection and imagination across the theme, kujenga na data, building with data. Now, whether you say data or data, we mean the same thing. All right? We have people in the room from across several sectors, across several countries and communities, from government, civil society. Tamasha 2026, we are going both fast and together. Give yourself a round of applause. And of course, it requires us all. We have
Honorable Ambassador Andrew Lentz, Ambassador of the United States of America to Tanzania, Mr. Mark Brian Schreiner, UNFPA, Tanzania Country Representative, Dr. Mahadia Tunga, Co-Founder and Executive Director of Tanzania Data Lab. I'd also like to take this opportunity to recognize Ms. Nima. Sorry, I couldn't, your surname is Ayer. Okay, so Ms. Nima Ayer, Director of Policy. I would also like to take this opportunity to recognize Executive Secretary from the Zanzibar Planning Commission, Dr. Josephine, and all the Director General. Brings together people who are at the center of Africa's digital transformation. So we have policymakers, researchers, innovators, as well as entrepreneurs, technology leaders, development. Delighted to welcome you all here. And I understand that on the third day you'll have the opportunity to visit Zanzibar, so please enjoy the sun, the sea, and the sand. Karibuni sana, and we're honored to have you here with us today, and we wish you a very productive, inspiring, and memorable 3 days.
Data Tamasha? Data Tamasha? Indeed, we are building with data. I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Minister Mudrik Ramadan Soraga, um, Mr. Andrew Lance, Charge d'Affaires US Embassy, Fatma Baruku, Principal Secretary, Minister of ICT and Innovation, Dr. Josephine Kimaro, Executive Secretary, Planning Commission, Mr. Shreina from UNFPA Country Representative, our board chairman, Dr. Sostenas Sambua. I would also like to recognize the presence of Dr. Nkundwe, Director of ICT Commission, Dr. Emmanuel Lamek Nkulila, Director General Personal Data Protection. I would also like to recognize the presence of our board members, the presence of development partners, academicians, other government officials. Karibuni sana, tujenge na data. Data Tamasha. People ask, why is data and then Tamasha? Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to celebrate what we have achieved, from building the impact, but building the impact meaningful, but those are Jenga na data. Our expectation is we will utilize this platform to build connection, to build partnership, to create conversation that will lead to meaningful impact that will last over the decade. It's a chance that we are gathered here today. DLAB, our mission is Africa where data is informed by decision from citizen level to the national level. So that is our mission. And over the course of 8 years as an organization, plus 2 years as a project, we have been able to train and capacitate over 10,000 individuals across Africa. We have been able to capacitate over 55 innovators. But those are just the numbers. For us, it's not about the numbers, but it's the story behind the numbers. So for us, it's about a lady who did not know how to code in 2016, and some of them are here leading the digital space. So for us, it's about innovators who have been able to turn the community challenges into a tech solution. I look at Halila. So Halila, we are now partners. But back in 2016, 2018, Halila was one of our innovators from the Rise Up project. And for me, I'm happy to see that Rise Up now is a digital platform that empowering women and youth across the continent. So that is what we mean by building with data. How do we use our data to inform our decision, creating meaningful impact. I see a representative from the University of Dar es Salaam. When we started in 2016, we were the only data initiative in the country. So when the project was towards the end, around 2017, then we said, what next? And then we partnered with the University of Dar es Salaam, and we created the very first Masters in Data Science in East Africa, and which is now is the most enrolling master's degree program in the country. But again, it's not about the numbers. It's about the data scientists who are creating the impact, who are changing the space. So it's about how do we meaningfully use data to inform our own intervention, but how do we use meaningfully data to inform others? I look at some of the government partners here. In 2016, our data was telling us that we could only respond to the Sustainable Development Goal by 30%. So we worked together with the National Bureau of Statistics, OSGS, to understand where are the gaps and how can we capacitate. And now we are able to respond to over 70% of the indicators, and I believe is even more. So when we talk about data, we are talking about data creating value. So that is how we talk about building with data. How do we use data to create meaningful impact in Africa and beyond Africa? So for me, it won't be about the WIT scholarship for for women data scientists, but what do those women do in the digital space? Are they creating safe space for others? Are they contributing to the inclusion, etc.? So how are we creating the value? So when we sat down and set the theme for this year together with policy, our idea was to have a platform where we can show that it can be done and how rightly can it be done. Moving from conversation to action. So in the course of 2 days and a half, you will witness how data have been used meaningfully to influence policy, decision, building system, creating a safe space, building inclusion. So I welcome you all to Data Tamasha Africa 2026. Tujenge na data, let's build with data, but at D-Lab we say data for action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Dr. Mahadia Tunga. Ladies and gentlemen, data for action. Congratulations for all the incredible work that has been done. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the core conveners is a team of 2 African lionesses we have heard from Dr. Mahadia. I request that we give another roaring round of applause. Executive Director and Founder, Policy, Miss Nema Ear. Makofi tunamkaribisha. Yukoani nayo.
You can all see me now. Hello everyone, good morning. How are we all feeling? Good? Wonderful. Karibuni sana. I want to start with a brief memory. In 2019, at our very first Data Fest in Kampala, Uganda, one of the key speakers who honored our invite when we were just a small, scrappy 2-year-old organization was a brilliant woman from Tanzania named Mahadia. 7 years later, Mahadia and D-Lab are co-hosting this event with us. And it feels like we've come full circle, and I could not be more proud to be here with D-Lab hosting this event for all of you. So, thank you so much, Dr. Mahadia. In that time, you have become a doctor. And thank you so much, D-Lab. This event exists because you said yes to building something together. So thank you so much for accepting our invite and for welcoming us to your country. Now, why are we here? I believe that big ideas need talented people to encounter one another. So not to meet on a screen, not to meet through a report, but to meet in person in a room where we can see one another, we can see each other's faces, and we can hear each other's stories. A continent can be filling to the brim with the most talented people, but whose ideas remain just ideas if they are isolated. We are scattered across the continent. As we said, there are people from across 30 different countries, from all different contexts. We are thinking, we are tinkering, but Data Tamasha exists to pull us out of that isolation, even if only for just 3 days, and it reminds us that we can build great things together. Now I want you to look around this room. Domestic workers sit beside technologists. Artists sit behind political leaders. Policymakers sit beside designers. It's rare, but this is the choice we've made. It is deliberate. And tech policy too often gets written very far away from the people that it touches. Here for 3 days, that distance disappears. We're all together in one space. We're also here because we need joy, and I really want to focus on joy. Sometimes the work that we do can feel quite heavy. We deal with topics like online violence, with algorithmic harm, with policies that move too slowly and platforms that move too quickly. If we let that weight sit on us without any relief, eventually we burn out. And burnt out people can't build the future that we want for ourselves. So we mustn't think of joy as a distraction. We mustn't think of play as something, as a side quest, or something that's not just as important as doing the hard work. I believe that joy is the fuel for big and bold ideas. So this week, I hope you dance a little. I hope you laugh a lot. I hope you eat well and enjoy the beautiful Zanzibari cuisine. And I hope that you remember why we fell in love with this field in the first place. And we're also here because we need to get our hands dirty. And before that, we need the space to dream. Dreaming sounds easy. Anyone can dream, but it's not just as easy because we have to imagine the future that we want. And I feel in our space, most of our days can be spent reacting, either to the latest platform harm, to the latest policy gap, the latest crisis that demands an immediate response. And that reactivity leaves little room for us to address the important questions. What is the actual future that we want? We know what we don't want, but what do we want? What does that look like? What does that look like in our own terms? For so long in history, someone else has written our story, and we can be here in this room today to write our own story. What does thriving look like for us on our own terms? And Data Tamasha is meant to be this room. It's meant to be a place for us to dream, and then to do the unglamorous, patient work of actually constructing, of actually building with data, whether that's building a tool, drafting a policy, training a community, testing a prototype, failing, and then trying again. So over the next 3 days, I hope that this gathering serves as an incubator. I hope that ideas get pollinated across all our different thematic areas at this conference. I hope that the conversations that you have over coffee turn into collaborations that outlast this gathering, this week, this year, and that these ideas can shape the next 5 to 10 years of this movement. But of course, none of that happens without support. So I would really love to thank all our funders, our partners, our beautiful co-hosts at D-Lab, and every single person who helped organize, share, travel, deal with KQ, be here, and hold this space together. Thank you so much. You made this possible. And we're extremely thankful, of course, to the partnership with the Ministry of ICT and Innovation Zanzibar, and the honor that it is for us to host all the dignitaries who have given their time to be with us this morning. We are eternally grateful. So together, let us build with data, joyfully and boldly. Karibuni Zanzibar, Karibuni Data Tamasha Africa. Thank you so much.
Karibuni Zanzibar, Karibuni Data Tamasha Africa. No. Ladies and gentlemen, and after those welcoming as well as opening remarks, Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, we're going to proceed to a very important conversation that will feature some experts from across the continent, hapa Tanzania, both Zanzibar and mainland, that is going to unpack what we are doing here. What do we mean by kujenga na data, and how do we do it sustainably and proactively? Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding into our panel discussion. I'm going to ask the following to come to the stage. These are our panelists as they come to the stage. I'm going to ask you to give them a roaring round of applause, but also get your pens and papers ready. There's going to be great information shared here. This is the grounding panel. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost to the stage, I'd like to bring up Director General ICT Commission, Dr. Mkundwe Masaga. Dr. Mkundwe, karibu sana. Also to the stage, Principal Secretary, Ministry of ICT and Innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Fatma Baruch Hamis. Ladies and gentlemen, also to the stage, Dr. Josephine Rogate Kimaro, Executive Secretary, Zanzibar Planning Commission. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, as I understand it, Ms. Fatma, you asked to sit this one out and you'll speak later. Yes, asante, tumpige makofi pia. Nashukuru sana. To the stage, Dr. Josephine Rogate Kimaro, Executive Secretary, Zanzibar Planning Commission. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Also to the stage, Dr. Mahadi Etunga, Executive Director, Tanzania Data Lab. Mbona kama makofi yamedole kidogo. Also to the stage, Ms. Bonita Nyamwire, Policy. Karibu sana. To the stage, Mr. Mark Brian Schreiner, Country Representative, UNFPA. Karibu sana. Lastly but not least, Program Manager, Gates Foundation, Mr. Steve Prager. Karibu sana to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your panel this morning. Let's give them a roaring round of applause as they take their seats. Media team, tafadhali, may I have support with the mics on the stage? Please, you may take your seats. Karibu sana. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this moment to call the moderator of this panel to the stage. It is none other than Ms. Khalila Mbowe from Unleashed Africa Enterprises. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage. Asanteni sana. Sasa mabibi na mabwana. To those who are joining us online, I would like to encourage you to engage actively as much as Uko YouTube. You are on YouTube. Please do engage actively. This conversation is about you as well. Now, perhaps before I start hitting this expert panel with questions, allow me to ground our conversation a little bit this morning. We're talking about building with data. But what does building with data mean? We're talking about building with data in a world where there is a lot of shift, there's a lot of change globally. One of the things that we understand about data is it's the information on your phone, the information you write down when you get into the space, into a building. It is your photo represented in different places that you know and you know not of. It is the information you feel when you're trying to get access to a service, when you're trying to get access to an app, and so on and so forth. All that is data. When we're talking about kujenga na data, at Data Tamasha 2026, in this conversation, we must also grapple with the fact that for so long here on the continent, we have been taught or programmed to give, or socialized to give our data out very freely. How many buildings do you get in and you just share your information without knowing where that information is going? When you're giving consent to take a photo, do you understand the extent of that consent? And if the person who you're giving consent to actually has your safety in mind, or is it just basically trending? What does it mean to give consent, and so on and so forth? The conversations that we're having here are not foreign to the African country, to different African countries. The context that I'm sharing is for so long we have been talking, especially within the industrial revolution, we have been talking about the pertinence and the critical need for the continent to move from simply shipping out raw material to moving into production. We've been talking about having homegrown industries and being able to export finished product. And this is conversation that we have had across agriculture, across several different sectors. Now, when we are coming to the digital age, that raw material is data. How do we make sure that we're not replicating the same conversations that we have been having within the Industrial Revolution, within this digital revolution? Because this revolution is not only here, but it's moving faster than many of our capabilities to even grasp how fast this conversation is. So when we're talking about building with data, it is pertinent to understand, to really dissect who owns the data, who is doing the building, who is doing the buying, so that we are not simply giving out our data unknowingly and having it come back as finished products that we now purchase at a premium. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grounding panel. Another round of applause to our panelists this morning. Ningependa kuanza kabisa. Do we have our mics? Not yet. Tafadhali, tafadhali. Tuwapatie mics. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to begin this session with Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga, ICT Commission. Ningependa kuanza na wewe. Tanzania, at this point where we are, Tanzania is pursuing digital transformation and long-term economic growth. But no digital economy can be stronger than its data foundations, yes?
Data is the foundation of digital economy.
Yes.
And also it's an enabler of digital transformation that we are pursuing.
Absolutely. And of course, this includes trusted systems. It's a conversations around interoperability, cybersecurity, AI readiness, talent, regulatory clarity, and innovation spaces that allow people to build, to not only build, but build responsibly. So my question is, what must Tanzania and perhaps other African countries build now so that we do not repeat the raw material trap in this digital economy? That is generating data locally, but depending on others to now process it, govern it, monetize it, and sell intelligence back to us. What must we do? Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for that good question. I'll start with where we started our transformation. As a country, we did start transformation in 2003. That's where we had our first ICT policy of the country. So at that time, we were talking about building the enabling infrastructure, like the backbones, giving access to computers, building institutions, and things of that sort. But where we are now, things are very different. And based on your question, is to answer that in the context of the continent, it's a DPI. Our continent need to have digital public infrastructure. When it comes to our country, we have built a complete digital infrastructure using our indigenous experts. That is, we have digital ID number, instant payment system, and the interoperability bus that we have done. Now, to just answer what you have said, if you want to make sure that our data are used in our economy so that we can build value on top of it, the continent needs to have its own DPI. That is, we must have harmonization laws that allow different types of digital ID numbers in the continent. First of all, to be able to talk to each other. Because we are 54 countries, many countries have implemented their own digital ID, so we have to have a way where the ID can be recognized in all the countries in Africa, so that we can create what we call African Free Continental Trade Area in a digital way. Another thing is, we are supposed to have instant payment system. The system that will enable innovators to innovate on top of that, so that we can start to gain all these things that are coming from with the digital economy. And then there's all issues of the interoperability bus, the exchange bus of the continent. Once we build all those things, everything that you have talked about is going to be to the advantage of African countries. But otherwise, the things are going on now. Our economy has been integrated to the global economy, so you find that some data, we can't blame people that are having our data, because we have to start somewhere. But where we are now, definitely we have to build our own DPI, not to isolate ourselves, but to create a market where we can be able to work with countries that they've advanced. We can create business-to-business connection and things like that. Because the direction of Tanzania, and I believe that of the continent now, is about partnership. We want to partner with other people, so we need to have our infrastructure where data can be flowing freely without isolating ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a round of applause. DPIs, we cannot blame the people that have our data. We need to look at what is the infrastructure that we need to create to now be able to harness and leverage the data that we are creating. Thank you. You have helped us locate the conversation within, of course, our digital readiness. But at the same time, I'd like to bring it closer to the place hosting us. Ladies and gentlemen, Zanzibar is not only the venue for this conversation. Zanzibar is also positioning itself as an innovation destination. Let's give the ministry a round of applause, mabibi na mabwana. I would like to now ask, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask over to our panelists. I would like to know from the Zanzibar Planning Commission, ningependa kujua, innovation destinations are not built only by attracting startups, platforms, or investors. They are built, of course, through trust, through public systems that work, a data culture that people understand, but at the same time, rules that allow innovation without making citizens feel exposed. So that there's a balancing game over there. I'd like to know, what does building with data mean for Zanzibar in practical terms, especially for public service, tourism, trade, innovation, identity, as well as citizen trust? Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. I would like to talk in the context of development space.
Sawa sawa.
And not just technology, but innovation. We have been talking about innovation since we arrived, especially from you, our moderator. Innovation cannot come, of course, without data. But at the same time, data informs the innovation. So if I'm to go back to the development in terms of planning, we can't plan for resources. We can't prioritize. How can we prioritize? How can we take services to the people looking at the data that we have? What does population tells us in terms of projections in the next 17 years, for example, when we are going to double the population of Zanzibar, and maybe double in terms of numbers, but also double in terms of services and investment and budget and everything. So data is very important. And sometimes I've been looking at, for example, we have a lot of new flights, direct flights coming to Zanzibar. And I look at the private sector sometimes when they invest in data and when they use data, for example, to determine the kind of new routes they have to take, for example, in airlines or in businesses and other, sorry, excuse me, in other investments. That's the thing that they really prioritize, but it's available. So based on today's information, if you look at, I like the fact that we are also starting to discuss about how can we monetize the data that we have, the kind of data that we produce. Data is money. Data is powerful because you can use data for many purposes. And I look forward to the time when a fisherman would wake up in the morning, a boda driver, a taxi driver, a vendor would wake up in the morning and say, where should I sell my products today?
Allows collective decision making, not just for policymakers, for every citizen to be able to not just understand the power of the data that they own, but to use it to be able to make social economic transformation for themselves as well. That is a beautiful future that we can all envision, yes? Absolutely, that is the Africa we are building here at Data Tamasha 2026. Now I'd like to now open it up or widen it up to more of a, let's dissect this data ecosystem that Dr. Kimaro just spoke about. Across Africa, Dr. Mahadia, Across Africa, we collect enormous amount of data through research, through government systems, development programs, surveys, programs, platforms, agriculture, health, education, community interventions, you name it. We are collecting data left, right, and center. Every single second there's data that is being collected. But communities, now to Dr. Josephine's point, communities do not always see that data return as better decisions, better budgets, better services, or better opportunities. Data Tamasha, of course, is pushing us, like you said, from deliberations to demonstration. Now, Dr. Mahadia, where is the disconnect between data collection and public value? And what must change right now for communities to do exactly what Dr. Josephine said, for communities to experience data as something that serves them, not just something that they give away?
That is a tough one. You're taking me back to one of the classes that I teach on data for storytelling. The question is, where do we begin? Do we formulate question? Do we look at what we have and decide what data should we collect, etc.? So it's data for action. The disconnect is in the fact that who are we collecting this data for? Are we linking to those that we are collecting this data for? At the community level, we have our philosophy at DLAB that we say, we are borrowing the data from the community. We are not collecting, because we need to be able to translate that data to the level that community can understand. The disconnect is with the fact that this data is being collected, analyses are done, and reports are being presented. But these reports are in a form that cannot be consumed by an average person. Now, how do we ensure that these reports can be understood by the citizen? You know, if the community in which we are collecting data, they don't understand the value at which we are envisioning, it's easy even not getting the quality data, because they'll just respond to these questions because you asked, and sometimes maybe you collect them and you give incentive, etc. So they will respond for the sake of that. But if we take responsibility of returning back to the community, to the level that they can understand. You are taking me back to one of our projects called Data Zetu, where we had to look at the community that we serve. So for the coastal community, we had actually worked with the artists and designed kangas, an African rap, and the analysis that we got from the data we presented as the text that goes to the kanga. So, for instance, in one of the community, we found that there is high rate of dropout, pregnancy, etc. So the patterns and the themes for the kangas and the design reflected that what we saw to the community. In the places, we did even the murals, and I know policy also engage artists, but we sometimes conduct listening campaigns to understand what exactly are the pain points and then bring that back to the community. So I see the disconnect with the fact that we are collecting the data and we are making impact with the data, but we are forgetting where we collected the data. And that's why I like to say that we are not collecting the data, we are borrowing the data. we have responsibility of ensuring that community is informed. We are now talking about AI, etc. And but then how do we package this information back to the community? We are talking about data protection that you just mentioned that we normally sign up for the things that we don't understand. But how do we package that information to an average citizen so that they can understand and be cautious? So that is what is important. And there's no one solution fits all. We need to understand the audience that
Move from that question of who experiences value, move from that question of who experiences value into, I want to address power. One of the strongest questions, and of course, one of the strongest questions around data systems is not only who has access to them, but um, it is also whose realities, experiences, and priorities actually shape what gets built. Ms. Bonita, if certain communities are missing from the design process, one of the things that we know is that they can also be missing from the benefits or disproportionately exposed to the risks. So I'd like to know, from your work across data as well as digital rights and policy, what does it take to ensure that the people and communities most affected by data-driven systems are not simply subject to those systems, as of course Dr. Mahadia was referencing, are not subject to those systems, but then they're also getting meaning, they have a meaningful role in shaping how they are designed, how they are governed, and how they are used. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Halila, for that question. Um, I'll speak from the feminist lens on what it should take to see that the systems designed, they are inclusive, they are including all groups, no one is left behind. First of all, what we see and what they were talking about, the previous speakers, we see that most of the systems, they are not as inclusive. They have been talking about government prioritizing certain programs. They talked about innovations coming with data, investments, startups, but whose data is being used in innovations? Whose data is being used in for government to prioritize their policies, the systems, the structures? The DPIs, whose data is contributing to the DPIs? Whose data, who is being considered? Whose voices are actually in all those systems? So that is where we should start from, questioning whose data, whose voices are being represented. But we see mostly as I respond to your question, we see that there is bias. That is one of the things that we see. So in our feminist lens, and as policy, that is our main work, to see that there is inclusivity of women and girls and other marginalized communities. So, but from the lens that we do our work as policy, we see that there is bias in most of these systems. The voices of the marginalized are not included. The voices of women, the voices of girls, they are missing. The voices of persons with disabilities, they are missing. So it is our request, it is our plight to see that those voices are included, because when they are not included, then their realities are not reflected in the systems that are being designed, in the processes, in the practices. And so you will hear innovations are being made, they are designed, they are taken to women, for instance, in the rural areas, and then let's say for sexual reproductive health, and then they don't work. And you ask this woman and she will say, oh, they said the system is not working, but who is they? And then she also says, they say they will work on the system. Who is they? They don't know who is they. Their voices are not included. They were not asked. They did provide consent, actually, to the system that has been designed. So that is one thing that needs to be questioned, on whose voices, who is contributing. But also, when the systems and the structures have been designed, who is controlling them? Who has the power to say that here we are changing? If women were told that, for instance, something is going to be changed in a reproductive system, so they can sexual reproductive access and use systems, so they can be able to access services, who is going to make that decision that such and such a thing should be changed? Is there a representation of the women? Is there a representation of the adolescent girls and women? Is there a representation of the children? So we see there is bias, there are issues of power, and then issues of power and control bringing inequality. They actually widen the gap, and they move from the higher levels to the lower levels, to the extent of, for instance, the rural women, they have to ask for permission to own a smartphone in a home, to use a smartphone, to load data, they are told, to use even the social media platforms, Yeah, so in our research, we've encountered those experiences where rural women are told by their spouses, we can't have two smartphones in a home. I am the household head, I am the man, I need to own the smartphone, so for you, you need to own the feature phone. So you see that kind of digital divide at the level of devices. And then also, in terms of use of social media, they will be told, don't go on social media, it's not healthy for you, you will get spoiled. What do you mean by getting spoiled? Is it that women will get spoiled when they go on social media? How about their male counterparts? They don't get spoiled when they go on social media. So those are things that we need to question as we design systems, as we think of collecting data, as we think of borrowing data. Are we factoring in all these things? Whose data are we collecting? Whose data are we borrowing? Who are we involving in these decisions? So for me, those are things I feel we should reflect as we share, as we discuss, as we network in this Data Tamasha 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ram. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Allows us to move beyond assumptions and to make decisions that are based on facts. It reveals who's being left behind, where inequalities persist, and which interventions can best deliver the greatest impact for those people. When data is timely, when it's accurately and responsibly used, it can become a catalyst for ensuring policies are effective, public services are efficient, and we have better targeted investments and stronger accountability in our systems. It can enable governments to allocate the resources where they're needed the most. They can invest in innovators to help them develop solutions to real-world challenges, and it can help development partners like us also measure our progress and our contributions that are demonstrating results. Data is the bridge between knowledge and transformation, between evidence and impact, and between today's decisions and tomorrow's prosperity. This is why conversations that are happening in forums like Data Tamasha are very, very important. And they remind us that digital transformation is not only about technology, it's about people. It's about using innovation to improve lives, to expand opportunities, and to build societies that are more inclusive, equitable, and resilient. So this brings me to the point you raised about leaving no one behind. And this is a principle underlining the Sustainable Development Goals. Data remains one of our most powerful enablers of achieving the SDGs. It supports progress across all the goals. Without quality data, we cannot effectively measure progress. And without disaggregated data, inequalities remain invisible. Without evidence, the policies risk leaving people behind that were intended to be served. The commitment to leave no one behind begins with ensuring that everyone's counted, everyone is visible, and everyone's represented in the data that informs the national development planning and the policies. So I think to hand over and to conclude, I think one fundamental principle I'd like to leave us with is just that data needs to work for everyone. Data must work for everyone. The promise of digital transformation can only be realized when it's inclusive and when it reaches those who've historically been underserved and underrepresented.
Thank you very much. And of course, with that, we will leave no one behind, being intentional to think in that way. Makofi kwake mabibi na mabwana. You've spoken about, how we can start thinking intentionally about not leaving anybody behind, because sometimes that can be systematically ingrained in how we build. So then how do we make sure that we move outside that direction and start truly building collectively? Mr. Prager, I'd like to come to you. Across Africa, data and AI are being used. AI is now the trending word across the continent. Everybody, actually, to those who are not Tanzanian, if you go into the streets of Tanzania, you will not hear AI, you hear AI. That is what we call it, right? So across Africa, data and AI are being used in agriculture, climate, health, education, and public service delivery. But many promising solutions are or remain pilots, dashboards, reports, or conference showcases. So the harder question is whether they actually reach the people they are created for, whether they actually shift the systems they need to shift, and whether they create measurable value at the very last mile. Now my question is, across all these sectors and public service delivery, what do you believe separates a data innovation that looks impressive in a pilot, which is one thing, and from one that actually reaches the communities, changes decisions, and improves lives at scale so that we are leaving no one behind? Karibu sana.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity. There's actually a common theme in a lot of the speakers today, and it's really about starting with the outcomes, starting with what you actually want to accomplish. If you were to build a house with just a pile of bricks and some sand, that house might turn out okay, but it also might not. If you start with the architecture of the house that you want, the design of the house you want, and then get the supplies. And what we'd like climate information to small-scale producers in the countryside of Tanzania. We'd like to see these parameters around who's receiving that information, how they're able to make use of it. We'd like to assure that that information addresses the fundamental differences in access to information and understanding of information, and even the resource endowments of the individuals that are taking decisions with that information. And then work your way backwards and figure out, okay, what infrastructures do we need to actually reach those last mile users? What infrastructures do we need to collect the information that's maximally relevant? And importantly, to speak to the last comments, what infrastructures do we need to put in place to assure transparency and accountability and alignment with those stated objectives? And once we have that design and that understanding in place, then we start collecting the most relevant data and make sure that that data is put to the most effective use possible.
Thank you very much to Bigima Kofi Tafadhali. I love what you said, starting with the end in mind. Definitely starting with the end in mind and building from there. Otherwise, we're going to be building something that is not fit for purpose. So basically, it's that entire analogy of, is it a square peg into a round hole? It will not fit. It could be beautiful, but as long as it's not fit for purpose, we are building wrongly. So ladies and gentlemen, we are past our first round. We've got about 10 minutes to close off this panel, and I'm going to move into a very much a firing round of questions to get your interventions in about a minute or so. We have laid the groundwork that data is about infrastructure, governance, economy, safety, identity. It is gendered. It is about development, and at the same time, it must start with the end in mind. Dr. Nkundu, I'm going to come over to you. I'd like to ask, from your seat, where you sit, from your vantage point, where are we still most reactive? And what is one proactive move that we must collectively make from now on to do exactly and to build kujenga na data sustainably for all and to make sure that nobody is left behind? Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for that question. To answer that question, you need to look at two sides. In the side of a government, we normally create an enabling environment. We work with partners so that we ensure technology goes to people that we intend to get the knowledge. But we have to look at the side also of people that we target technology to bring benefit from them. So, of course, there are a lot of good points that have been explained here about truly to understand what is the final person who wants from the technology, what type of technology, if it's inclusive, and things of that sort. So to answer your question, we have to look at all the pillars of digital transformation, because we transform people. We don't transform technology. And when we want to transform people, then you need to look at digital skills first, to ensure that everyone has at least basic skills of all this technology we're talking about. The pillar number 2 is to ensure that, because it's our people who are going to be interacting with platforms, those platforms, they have to be secure. So there's the issue of cyber security there. And also, there is a component of trust. And trust is built up by 3 things. 1, protection of personal data. That is very crucial. Of course, in our country, we have a commission, and the commissioner is here with us. There's the issue of the privacy. It's very important for every human being. And the last thing is consumer protection. So we have to protect those who will be interacting with a platform, to ensure that all the issues that they are concerning them, they are handled properly. And then, for them to be able to access platforms, they have to be digital telecommunication services. So there are all these things of 4G, 5G, to ensure that they are available to everyone indiscriminately. Not this thing that, you know, we have the best communication in Zanzibar or Dar es Salaam, and in other places not. Because we do understand the workflows of AI, they require at least 4G. So we have to make sure that at least 4G is everywhere. 5G is better, because most of the applications are coming like that. Then there is the digital economy itself. It's supposed to benefit our people. They're supposed to be able to access different services that government is providing to them, whether someone is living in a rural area or they're living in cities like, or big places like Zanzibar, where we are here, Dar es Salaam, and other places. But the last thing is, for us to transform ourselves, there are key actors that we have to work with them. 1, researchers. So we have to generate our own knowledge that is addressing our own challenges. Many things that we have been talking about, like the feminist issue and things like that, they are going to be addressed by knowledge which is going to be produced by digital research. And then we need to have innovators. So there's the issue of digital innovation. And then if we want to create employment for all of our people, they have to be entrepreneurs. So we need to have actors that are doing digital research, innovators who are going to transform that knowledge to something that innovative, and entrepreneurs who are going to start enterprises so that to create jobs for our people. We have advantage in our country. Micro, small, medium enterprises, they are around 3 million. So research has to be done there. Innovators have been to be given space, and entrepreneurs to boost that advantage that we have. So all of these things are going to address what you've been asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A hand of applause to Dr. Ngundwe. So basically, we must look at all the pillars of digital transformation and work with them together. Thank you very much. Dr. Josephine Kimara, I'm coming over to you. What is the one low-hanging opportunity that Zanzibar, and of course collectively, must act on quickly to show citizens that data can improve everyday life? Karibu-san.
That's a very good question. I just want to start with an example. When I was doing a research in one of the districts in Kilimanjaro some years back, I went to this focus group discussion, and these people, mostly like maybe 60 years and above, they all came with their notebooks and pens. And when I was introducing the research topic, they listened to me, and then they said, "You are the 4th person coming in the last 6 months. We came here, but the ones who came before you, they never came back. We don't have any feedback of," we tabled the issues that we wanted them to come back and tell us, but so what are you promising us before we even start talking to you? Now that brings me to the part that we on the data side or on the information side, technology side, we have the numbers of people with access to digital, to smartphones, for example, and people with access to internet increasing, which is a very good thing and a positive thing. But at the same time, we needed to have people who can use that information. So we need to have people with knowledge, with capacities on both sides. We need capacities within the government in Africa. We need capacities within the citizens to be able to get that information, capture that, and use it for their own benefit. I've seen projects, for example, in the agricultural sectors, farmers receiving information like, this is the time now you need to use fertilizer, this is the time you need to use this or that, so that you can get high yields, but that is facilitated with knowledge. So knowledge and knowledge management and the required platforms, infrastructure, I think is important, and one of the low-hanging fruits that can be facilitated by governments, both government, civil society, development partners, etc. But one thing that I also want to emphasize is that we have a lot of digital platforms. I'm not talking about Tanzania only, I'm talking about globally in Africa. There are so many systems that are developed by sectors, by institutions in the government. One of the things that we need to look is to take stock of the kind of data that is generated from these platforms. How do we integrate the systems to make sure that there is a resource optimization, but we are also producing the right information and disseminate that information to people so that they can use it, but at the same time capacitating the people, the citizens, so that they can as well use that data for the development. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tumpige Makofi. I like how, you know, just through your responses, also connecting with Dr. Nkundwe's, because that touches on the pillars of digital transformation. Thank you very much. I'm going to come over to you, Dr. Mahadia Tunga, in a minute. Please give us an example of where data has moved from evidence into real decision, service, or community impact from your experience.
Thank you. Today here we have Mary. I think Mary is on the Mary is on the stage, is one of the farmers from Kilimo na Data project, where we work with Steve Gates Foundation. So the idea was, we know that we are talking about how to translate data in a way that community can make decisions. And the idea of Kilimo na Data, how do we transform our agriculture sector, knowing that over 60% of population is engaging in agriculture. Now, how do we translate this data to enable farmer to make informed decision? So we train them on how can they use weather data. You know, Meteorology Agency always publish the data about the weather, but what does it mean to a farmer? When you hear rainfall is a certain percent, certain millimeter, what does that mean really? So we worked with the extension services, TMA, local government under PORAG, and starting translating these to farmers of different crops. And today we have Mary, who actually was now able to translate the data from TMA, and she was able to say that this time I will not be able to grow maize. I will have to grow something else because of the weather. This time around, I will need to use seed that takes longer because of the weather condition. And I'll take this opportunity to welcome you all to the Kilimo na Data session, which is later on the day, where we'll see this testimony where from a person, from a farmer on the ground, was able to use data to interpret, and late in a year she was able to actually double the yields just by interpreting the weather data. So to me, that's the evidence that would come in mind. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A hand of applause to the project of Tamasha. But is Mary in the room? Makofi kwa Mary, hongera sana. Simama mgeni rasmi akuone tafadhali Mary. Asante sana, that is Mary. That speaks to knowledge and capacity. Yes, and how that can now translate into meaningful value. Hongereni sana. Ms. Bonita, I'd like to come over to you in a minute. What does digital transformation cost women, girls, and marginalized community when safety, consent, and power are not designed into the system?
In a minute.
We'll try.
Okay, we'll try. Yeah, so if safety is not designed in the system, women and other marginalized groups will face surveillance. It's already happening with women in politics. They will face harassment. It's already happening with all different categories of women. Fraud, identity misuse. Yesterday we had our session with domestic workers, and they were sharing all these unsafe experiences that they get online. And then secondly, if consent is weak, women can become data subjects without having meaningful control over how their personal information is collected, shared, or used. We have seen this. You know, a lot of data is collected from women and other marginalized communities, but also from different other categories of people. I'll give an example. On the first registration for the national ID system in Uganda, we were asked your name, your surname, your other name, your mother's name, your father's name, your if you're married, your introduction letter, which allowed you to introduce your husband, your marriage certificate, and so many things, you know. And then, but you were not asked why asked for all these things. But I'm happy that I think through complaining, but also through the efforts of civil society like Us Policy and others in Uganda, CPESA, WOGNET, and many others, working with Data Protection Office, Ministry of ICT, UCC, we've seen now the exercise of registering for the national IDs. The data has been minimized. It's not a lot. And then thirdly, power may not be considered. Yeah, it will be concentrated in a few hands, like I already said, the government, the platforms, the tech companies, and so these marginalized communities have very limited ability to challenge decisions made about them, like I already said. The women will say, they said, but who said? They said they will change. Who is they? You know, and you ask them, do you know who they said? I don't know. He said or she said, and then it will end there. So you'll hear those words of they, and they don't know who is going to do it, when it's going to be done, so they will have limited control, and I can stop at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for attempting to the minute, but thank you also for laying out some of the issues that are currently happening, and also some of the things that we need to be thinking about to ensure nobody is left behind. Tumpige makofi, Marina Mabwana. Mr. Schreiner, over to you again in a minute. Could you please speak to how, when it comes to leaving no one behind, how do we ensure that we use data now actively, but at the same time proactively and sustainably to ensure exactly what you spoke about initially?
Thank you. I think as we wrap this up and we pave the way, let me leave a challenge for all of us as we're gathering here for the next 2 days. Let's challenge ourselves not to simply talk about how we collect more data, but how are we going to use this data more effectively? How are we transforming data into knowledge? How can we turn that knowledge into evidence? And how can that evidence become action that can bring results, can bring change to people's lives? And let's remember that every data set represents a person. And those statistics often tell a human story. So in line with this theme, kujenga na data, building with data, let's keep building with data, let's keep building with innovation, let's build with partnerships, let's build with purpose, but let's also make sure that we're building with and for the people that we're here to serve. Asante.
Thank Thank you very much, short and clear, to make sure that we are building with the people that that data should intend to serve. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly but not least, Mr. Prega, over to you. How do we make sure communities are not only providing the data while institutions, funders, and platforms capture most of the value, following up from what Mr. Schreiner also shared?
Thank you. Keeping with the theme that it's actually fairly easy to collect data, it's just as easy these days to disseminate it via platforms and phones and call centers and so forth. One of the things that we really need to work on, though, is helping the downstream users of those data understand what information that's flowing their way is actually good and authoritative. And I think if we can be clear in terms of the transparency about where information is derived from, what data fed into that, if there's bias or not, then we can assure that the communities that are engaging with that data, A, understand its origin, B, hopefully understand how to use it, and C, can again, per the very first comment, translate data into action.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause to our panel. Makofi kwa pamoja tafadhali. Thank you very much. May I please ask you to stand together for our group photo as we wrap this up. There's a lot that has been spoken about. Tafadhali tutawapiga picha kwa pamoja. There's a lot that has been spoken about, a lot that has been addressed. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we began with a question: who builds for whom and on what terms? And what is clear is that data is not casual, it is not neutral, it is not valueless. What is clear is that data is power, it is infrastructure, it is safety, public value, and economic transformation. And that Africa knows what means to lose value by exporting raw material. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Let's give them a round of applause as they take their seats, ladies and gentlemen. To just bring it all together, Africa knows what it means to lose value by exporting raw material and importing finished products. The digital economy gives us a chance to refuse that pattern. And the people in this room are those change makers. The people in this room are those decision makers. They're the influencers, making sure that that pattern is not repeated. But only if we understand that data is something we must govern, protect, process, build with, and own. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not here to only talk about data. We are here to decide what kind of power it becomes and who that power it will serve. Ladies and gentlemen, Data Tamasha 2026. Data Tamasha 2026. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, give yourselves a round of applause for going through that panel. A lot of points have been presented, and I think not only have we learned, but we have been challenged. Every single panelist has challenged us in one way or the other. Now, without further ado, mabibi na mabwana, like we said in the very beginning, with Data Tamasha 2026, not only are we going far, we are going far fast. And to be able to do that, partnerships are very important. In Kiswahili, we say kidole kimoja hakivunji. Asante sana. Now, in the spirit of partnerships, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite for his partner remarks the charge d'affaires for the Embassy of the United States of America to the United Republic of Tanzania. Mabibi na mabwana, makofi kwake, His Excellency Andrew Lentz. Karibu sana. Tumsindikize na makofi tafadhali.
It was partnership. We got that. Thank you so much. Habari za asubuhi. Salama. It really is an honor to be here this morning and to participate in Data Tamasha 2026. And I just am really deeply honored to participate in this conversation. So I'm really up here not to deliver some sort of points like a voice from on high, but to be a part of a conversation with you. And to follow this panel, I just want to say that the issues raised there are not unique to Africa. These are issues that are facing the world. I mean, it's in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., where I come from. My family, my communities are asking the same questions. So I really do hope that the conversations and the ideas and the innovation that comes out of this conference doesn't stay in Zanzibar. I certainly hope that it doesn't also stay just in Africa, but that it helps lead a global conversation that really can advance global learning. So I really challenge you with that too. You're leading the way with this kind of conversation, and I thank you for it. To the Honorable Mudrik Soraga, Minister for Communication, Information, Technology, and Innovation, our guest of honor today. To Dr. Moses, to the Permanent Secretary, Khamis, thank you so much for all of your collective leadership in driving digital and innovation agenda, both here in Zanzibar and in the mainland and in Africa. So thank you so much. To Dr. Tunga and the team, to Nima from Policy, from Dr. Tunga, the team of Data Lab. Again, thank you for bringing us together for this critically important and really timely conversation. The United States has been with DLAB from the beginning. We have provided help through PEPFAR, through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, through the mission from the beginning in 2016 and then beyond. And since then, our support has continued because we understand the importance of what DLAB, what Policy, and all of you who are gathered here for Data Tamasha 2026 are trying to achieve. And I think that is, if I can sum it up, you're trying to achieve data policies and practices that work for people, improve governance, and harness the immense opportunities in the digital space to drive innovation and a better tomorrow. It sounds to me, listening to the panel, our speakers, that's what you hope to achieve here. And I want to assure you that the United States of America partner with you in that endeavor. And we are actively working, like you, to secure a digital tomorrow that is free, interconnected, and safe. A tomorrow in which people can create, communicate, and innovate across borders with access to the best technology and without fear that that technology will be used to monitor them, censor them, or control what they can say or see. I mentioned earlier that this conference, this gathering, couldn't have come at a better time. And that is because Tanzania and the representatives of different countries that are here today, I think your countries, the continent, the world, is at an inflection point in our collective digital future. But speaking just about Tanzania in particular, but I think it speaks to the larger experience. Tanzania has a young and growing population, an expanding economy, an ambitious development agenda. Tanzanians, like people across the world, can access more data now than at any point in human history. You have more computing power, more connectivity, and more sophisticated digital tools at your disposal. And now artificial intelligence, AI, is capable of generating insights at a speed unimaginable just a few years ago. I think it's interesting, the proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I mean, we are, again, that speaks to the inflection point, where technology is moving faster than we are. So we have to catch it, but at the same time, we have to make sure we're doing it right so that we can go far. So the opportunities just appear endless, but at the same time, it goes to what the panel was talking about. I think Tanzanians and Africans and people around the world are raising legitimate concerns and issues about what a digital future holds for them and their families. What are the jobs of the future going to look like? That's one thing we haven't talked about. What are they going to look like? And how do we prepare people for them? How do we capture the benefits of this new technology without giving up privacy, security, or human agency along the way? So I think, again, what is so critical about this moment of gathering is that we cannot afford to drift into this future. We have to be intentional. Because more data does not automatically bring greater prosperity. And more connectivity does not automatically translate into greater freedom. So I really do urge you to take advantage of this time together, to think critically about the infrastructure, the systems, the standards, and the rules that are best for Tanzania and your respective countries. Because decisions that are made now in the halls of government, in private sector, in boardrooms, in universities, in gatherings like this in civil society, decisions made now directly affect the future and put you on a course. So be intentional. Now, I talked a little bit about the beginning about the United States vision, and I want to talk a bit more about it, of what that digital future can look like. The United States is not the only country in the world, not the only one, not the only entity that also has a vision for that digital future. There are competing visions out there. Some of our competitors and thinking about the digital future differently, some of them see digital technologies as tools of surveillance and control. Some advocate imposing stringent data localization requirements and restrictions on cloud services in the mistaken pursuit of what is getting called data sovereignty. Others promote technology that appears inexpensive at first, but carries hidden long-term costs related to compromised privacy, limited competition, and dependency. These approaches don't offer a way forward to digital innovation, data freedom, building the kind of data future that you want. They actually lead toward data and digital stagnation. The United States rejects these visions. We are working with partners around the world through initiatives like Pax Silica to build an interconnected global innovation ecosystem that allows its members to leverage advanced technologies from trusted sources, including best-in-class American companies, and to foster innovation that leads to new breakthroughs. And I do want to say one thing that the moderator, I think, rightly brought up the point about African countries wanting to avoid the mistakes of the past and suddenly seeing themselves as just victims of an extractive economy. I think that's real, and that's a real concern. The one thing, though, as you think about how to grapple with that problem, is that you don't trip into another problem, which is recreating systems, recreating methods of handling data and technology that have already been created, or creating firewalls that end up not only protecting data, but preventing you from benefit from a global economy that is moving so fast. So the last thing that African countries want to do is spend time developing the technology of the past and missing the opportunity to be agents of change of the innovation of the future. So I leave that with you as you grapple with those problems. But we invite Tanzania and African countries to join the United States in developing this new innovation ecosystem. We believe our vision and approach offers the best chance to unleash the power in this room, to empower communities, and claim the future. In closing, there's a short Swahili proverb that seems especially appropriate today. Akili ni mali. Right? Okay. So it means what? Wisdom is wealth. So I think what this panel and what the speakers before me laid out very clearly, is that data, AI, tech, they are not wisdom, right? Those things are not wisdom, no matter how powerful they are. They are tools. And so wisdom comes from how we use the tools, the choices we make about them, and whether we use them to expand opportunity, strengthen trust, and improve people's lives. If Tanzania and everybody in this room gets those choices right, I am genuinely optimistic about what comes next. A Tanzania, an African continent that is more connected, more innovative, more prosperous, more secure, and not simply a consumer of the global digital economy, but a leader in shaping it. The United States is proud to be your partner and to walk alongside you as we create this future together. Asanteni sana, thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, another hand of applause as he heads to his seat, where Tanzania and Africa can move from being consumers, but to be participators in shaping the digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, after those remarks, we thank you for your continued support of this important works. We would like to invite remarks from the Tanzania Personal Data Protection Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome me in inviting Dr. Emmanuel Lamek Mkilia, Director General of PDPC Tanzania, for short remarks. Karibu sana. Mbona mmesikia PDPC? Mpige makofi, pigeni makofi.
Honorable Madrik Ramadhani Salaga, Minister of ICT and Innovation, Honorable Ambassador Andrew Lentis, the U.S. Ambassador to Tanzania, Honorable Dr. Mahandra, the Tunga Executive Director of DLEP, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of ICT, representative of the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, distinguished representative of data protection. Very interested that we started considering the consent. Consent is very important. So all the ethics of data protections in the principle of data protection was adhered. That's very interesting. But the other theme, which is really very important to me, is about, it's like in South Africa, they call it Ubuntu. Africa for African. And this data, we are looking from policy to practice. And then should we bring back the finding of data for the solution which we needed to address in Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, and behind every AI system that uses personal data data are people whose right should be considered. Because every data behind it, there is a person with a feeling. And very important thing that we should think around is life is a drama. We have behind the scene life and on the stage life. Behind the scene life should be protected. Nobody can be very happy to see somebody is going on the back of the scene of the life than to understand what happened behind the scene before he appears. And this is all about this Tamasha. That it's very important you protect the privacy of somebody, because you need this person to feel the humanity behind it. And that's very important, because behind the scene is something that you should not prefer anyone to watch it. This year's theme, kujenga na data, building with data, is both timely and as it speaks directly to the growing role of data in shaping Africa digital transformation and development. Africa is no longer only this, somebody will go to queue to the bank because doesn't trust the systems that they are working, whether they're gonna work it properly. So it's really very important we build the trust, and at the same time we make sure things are done in a perfect way while protecting the privacy. So when the data is properly harnessed, it can contribute significant economic growth, improve services delivery, and the sustainable development. So, but there is another side of this transformation that we must not overlook, and that is behind every data set is a person. Behind every digital identity is a person. Behind every health record is a person. And behind every financial transaction is a person. So whatever we are talking about data, it means there is a person, and particularly the personal data, which identifies an individual with feeling. It's not just a data set. Then it's really very important with this Africa Tamasha, whatever we discuss, we consider there is a human being behind it. And the life of...
So first, we'd like to thank you for honoring to come to this event. I know you are very busy at this time. But we want to thank all the partners who have supported us to host this, also together with Police Uganda, and everybody else who have taken time. I invite Mheshimiwa Katibu Mkuu. I would like to acknowledge a few people. In the audience, we have founders of DLAB. I've seen one, Steve. I don't know if Engineer Omari and Agapiti are there. Steve is one of the founders of DLAB. Yes, I see Engineer Omari at the back. But also Babu wa DLAB na data, Tamasha Tanzania, Dr. Mshinda. Dr. Hassan Mshinda, mzee wetu pale, is one of the people who believed in this idea 2016. And I think people are going around finding where to find this, host this project at that time. And he said, come to me. At that time, he was Director General of Commission for Science and Technology. But I want to also thank all the ushers and many people who are helping us in this workshop. And we are excited. We are excited as Data Lab because, as we heard, the whole thing started in Tanzania 2016, and today is 2026. So actually, we should have had a cake here, a nyama choma, a mbuzi. As we celebrate in Tanzania, our cake, famous cake, is a roasted goat live on the stage. So for wageni from outside, karibuni sana hapa Zanzibar, karibuni Tanzania. In 2017, Mheshimiwa, our theme was Data in Action. 2019, Power of Data The year 2021, it was unboxing data. So sina maneno mengi ya kusema except karibuni sana, and especially those who come from outside, you see, don't go without buying a kitenge or a kanga. Yeah, you can see my shirt is made from a kitenge. Yeah, it's very common in Tanzania. When you go for the excursion Friday, so you can buy little pieces of spices from Zanzibar and take treasure back home. There's so many things, tea, coffee, everything there. So baada ya kusema hayo, niseme tena Mheshimiwa Waziri, na kushukuru sana, na sisi kama board na management na founders wa DLAB, kama board na management na founders wa DLAB ambao ni co-host lakini wenyeji kwa mwaka huu, tutaomba pia tufikishe salamu zetu kwa Mheshimiwa Waziri wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi na Baraza la Mapinduzi. Kwa kweli tumejisikia vizuri kuja hapa, na tutakuja tena. Lakini for everybody, please be ready to join us next year when we hold this event again in Dar es Salaam. Mheshimiwa Katibu Mkuu, karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Asante sana mwenyekiti. My task right now is very simple. It is to welcome our honorable guest of honor, who is our Minister for Communication, Information Technology and Innovation. We are mandated as the ministry to accelerate Zanzibar's digital transformation journey and to ensure that we enable a digitally enabled society. So, Honorable Minister, without further ado, karibu sana, uje utuongelee kwenye hadhara hii. Asante.
Habari za asubuhi. Naonekanika mimi? That's okay. Asante sana Katibu Mkuu, ndugu yangu Dr. Mahdia, mwenyekiti wa bodi, viongozi mbalimbali kutoka taasisi za umma, asasi za kijamii pamoja na NGOs, ndugu washiriki wote, mabibi na mabwana, kazi na utu. Asanteni sana. The room is very quiet. It's not lively. Maybe if we can bring back the MC. MC yuko wapi? Where's our MC? Ametoka. Maybe we can bring back the MC ili aweze kuchangamsha hadhara hii. Nashukuru sana. Thank you so much to Data Lab for inviting me to be the guest of honor. But full disclosure, I was not first option. The president was supposed to be the guest of honor for this event. However, he checked out and he sent me a message. And I'm going to impersonate it a little bit, lakini msende kunishtaki kwake. Kanambia, waziri, ili tukio mbona kama limekaa kitaalamu sana. Siuendelee nao tu. So that's why I'm here today. Even though I'm not an expert in ICT, but I'm here on behalf of His Excellency, the President, who really wanted to be here at this event, but unfortunately, due to other pressing matters, was not able to make it. So he sends his full regards and is wishing us very fruitful deliberations throughout the next 2 days. But I also want to take this moment to extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Tamasha for agreeing to host this particular event here in Zanzibar. This is truly an honor for us and a huge privilege. And we want to thank you so much, Dr. Tamasha, for trusting Zanzibar as your destination to host this very important summit. And we hope that this is not a once-off event, that hopefully in the future we can continue to have these events, maybe every after 2 years or 3 years. but we really want to have Data Tamasha to be part of the Zanzibar fabric and to be known as one of the key events that will be hosted on the islands in the future. Kwa tunawashukuru sana Data Tamasha for entrusting us, and we hope that we won't let you down and we'll have a very good event. And as this is the first one, let me also extend our sincere congratulations for marking the 10-year anniversary. It wasn't acknowledged here and I was very surprised, but I think that's also a very important milestone to acknowledge. 10 years of anything it's a big thing, so you also have to acknowledge and appreciate the effort that has gone behind the scenes for the organization and for the event to be able to sustain for all this time. So Dr. Mahdi and your team, pamoja na board chair, hongereni sana for this important milestone. So I'm happy to be here personally. And like I said, I wasn't first choice, but either way, I'm here now. And so you have to bear with me for the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes. I will not take too much of our time. I want to speak generally to what we see is possible on the islands on this journey of digital transformation and the move towards a digital economy. As you're all aware, my ministry that I'm overseeing is barely 7 months old. It's a new ministry, and it was established as the broader vision for the government to move Zanzibar into a digital economy and make sure that Zanzibar is not left behind in the digital transformation that is happening globally. We have 5 key priority areas which I would like to mention so that we gain a better understanding of the journey and what it is that we intend to do, who we are collaborating with, what is our vision moving forward, and what we aim to achieve. So in the process of digital transformation, the number one issue is connectivity and making sure that everybody of your citizen is fully connected with access to internet, fast, reliable, and efficient internet. And this is one of the core mandates that we have as a ministry, is to make sure that the entire island is fully connected. And in doing so, it was mentioned here about DPIs, digital public infrastructure, and one of our key infrastructure projects is to make sure that we have an international gateway that is connecting our islands. So we have 3 major flagship projects in order to address the connectivity issue. One is the fiber optic cables that we hope to have from Mombasa to Pemba, then to Zanzibar, and another cable from Dar es Salaam all the way to Unguja Island, where the landing point is at Fumba. So we want to focus on 3 major cables to connect the island and create a redundancy. So in case something happens with one cable, you're still able to sustain and have services to the people. But we are not only limiting ourselves to fiber optics or international gateway, we are also very much open to having connectivity, whether through satellite, and this is something that we've already started to explore by having discussions with various companies, including Starlink. And I know some of you might already be using Starlink on the islands, even though it's not legal at the moment. However, we have to acknowledge the fact that technology knows no boundaries. And so it's already here. What needs to happen now is for us to sit together, put in place a regulatory framework so that everybody can be happy and we have a win-win scenario. And we want to focus particularly within the rural communities. As you're all aware, Zanzibar is made up of 2 islands, Unguja and Pemba. And connectivity at Pemba is very limited at the moment. I would say perhaps less or ensure safety and security, but also limit whether it's phishing or from cyber threats and every other threat that comes as a result of people moving into able to be reactive or proactive before before anything happens. So detecting threats before anything happens. I think having early warning systems, I think we have all the tools. We've got a lot of raw talent of young men and women who are extremely innovative, participating in some of their trade shows and seeing the work that they're doing and the systems that they're developing. And the only missing link was a platform for them to be able to express themselves, how to leverage their businesses or concepts, and how to use those businesses to assist in day-to-day societal issues, the economy, and for their own personal growth. Hence, this is where the ministry comes in. And one of the areas that we're working on at the moment is to have the Zanzibar Innovation and Startup Act. I hope I got that correct, Katibu Mkuu. And this will provide now the broader framework of how startups will be operating, and we are looking at setting up a Zanzibar Startup Fund that will at least allow for capitalization for those ideas that require capitalization and to move them to the next level. But we are also hoping to have an innovation kind of governing body, which will perhaps will request it to the president and see if he will accept it. And these are examples that we have, for example, in Nigeria, where they have an innovation governing body and the president is the chairman of that body. And so for Zanzibar, we are looking at doing the same thing. The potential is enormous. We've earmarked a digital free zone in Fumba, and we invite all parties to come in. If you're interested, grab your space now before it's too late. Sorry, I'm making an advertisement a bit. So that is the direction in which we are taking with startups, and the response has been very positive. We are working with some of the premier institutions in the country, including IIT Madras, who are, they've proven to be critical partners in kind of showing us the way to do it the right way. IIT Madras has well over 600 startups with a capital valuation of more than $600 billion. So if there's anybody you can learn from, it's from these guys, and we're very happy to call them as one of our partners. But also some of our local partners, Karume Institute of Technology, and hopefully Data Tamasha can come and join us as our partners. And I'm told that actually we're going to have an MOU signed in the very near future. Kwa hiyo tunashukuru sana Daktari for taking us to that next level in terms of our partnership. But broadly speaking, we want to move Zanzibar into a digital economy. And we are sort of undergoing that digital revolution. And to do so, like I said before, you need those critical infrastructure. One of our primary areas that we are focusing on, thanks to our communication authority, is building a Tier 4 data center. And this will be one of our flagship projects that we hope to unveil very soon. But also, we've just recently signed a contract with Mixed by Us for FTTH, fiber to the home connectivity, where we're hoping that more than 500,000 homes in Zanzibar by 2030 will be connected directly with FTTH through Mixed by Us and our partnership that they have with the Zanzibar Communication Authority. And I think that's a big milestone. And for this case, I would actually like to personally acknowledge our Director General, he's not a doctor yet, DG Shukuru. DG Shukuru, can you please stand up so that everybody can know who you are? That's our Director General for ZICTIA, Zanzibar Communication Authority. And so he's in charge of the flagship projects that I've mentioned, the Data Center International Gateway, and the FTTH project that we are currently undertaking. So these are critical projects, and we believe these are the foundations or critical foundations that you need. I think this was the word that has been repeatedly used when you're building a house. It's not simply about just taking brick and mortar, but how do you set up the right foundation for that? And so with Zanzibar, because of this digital transformation journey that we've begun, our critical digital infrastructure is our foundation. So when you have reliable connectivity, when you have redundancy in the international gateway, and you have a reliable data center and reliable power, then you are well on your way into a digital economy that is more reliable, efficient, effective, but also inclusive to the masses. So the political will is there. The president has his eyes set on this ministry and the expectations are very high. But I'm also very confident because of the team that I have, thanks to the PS and all the other directors. If they are here, kindly stand up so that you can be seen. Director Samora, Director Halfan, Shia Abubakar. So this is the A team, and I'm very confident that we can get very far with them. But more broadly speaking, we want to position Zanzibar as not only as a digital space for startups, but also for big tech companies. And that will require, of course, tax incentives, putting in place friendly regulations that actually work and address the needs of those companies. And the response has also been very positive in this area, with Fumba Town being a digital free zone. We're looking to at least begin to invite big tech companies that are already established so that they can open shop in Zanzibar and move us into that direction. We're not competing, but we kind of are competing. And countries such as Rwanda always come to mind, and Nairobi. Sorry if you're Kenyan or if you're Rwandese. But this is a fact of life. And I believe that Zanzibar has a lot of the tangibles that are needed that really sets it apart from many of these other countries within the region in terms of its digital future. We are not too far away from AI. Of course, we also acknowledge the power that it brings. And I like the fact that we acknowledge that it is a tool at the end of the day. And how you use it really depends on what you want to get out of it. If you want to leverage AI in the best way, you get, the possibilities are endless. If you want to use it the other way, you can unleash hell on yourself. So we are very much aware of AI and its potential and what it's able to do, which is why we've also partnered with Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Madras, to work on a governing framework. And we thought that we start at least as a low-hanging fruit in that area before we bring up any laws or any regulations, at least to have a general governing framework of how we're going to use AI. So Zanzibar is not shy about using AI. We acknowledge the power that it brings, and we acknowledge the potential that it has to transform the digital economy for the island, but also to take us to that next level. We hope to be a startup capital of the region by 2040, so that's 14 years from now. And I hope with all of us, kama ilivyoelezwa hapa mwanzo, if we go together, we can get and achieve those ambitions. So in terms of the policy and regulatory framework, we've finalized our Data Protection Act that is already going to be tabled at the House of Representatives. And with that, we are also hoping to have our own private data protection agency. Samahani mkurugenzi, lakini I had to bring a counterpart. But we'll work together, nothing to worry about. And then on the other part, I'm happy to inform that we have our ICT policy. If you have an opportunity to look into that, it's a very broad document, but it really lays out the vision and the action plans that we have in terms of moving Zanzibar into the digital future. Without taking too much of our time, let me conclude by, one, inviting all of you to our upcoming Tech and AI Expo, which is set to take place this coming September. Katibu Mkuu nikumbushe tarehe 24th 24th to 26th. So each one of you are welcome to come in and participate at our very first Tech and AI Expo. And like the Data Tamasha, the Expo is mainly based to put a platform for Zanzibar where tech experts, innovators, academicians, everybody can come in together and we exchange ideas and views and see how we can really move things forward in a much more positive trajectory when it comes to digital transformation for Zanzibar. I encourage all of you to make the most of this Data Tamasha. It's a very important platform, and looking at the program with the deliberations and the panel, I'm sure we'll have very positive outputs. And this is the true meaning of collaboration, or PPP framework, between government and private sector, whether it's business to business or business to government, and so on and so forth. An exchange of ideas and bringing the best minds together. So through these forums, I think we can all kind of feel free even to criticize, even if there's something that is not being done the right way, or you're desperate to see something move into a different direction. I think this is the right platform to be able to do that. So if you're a policymaker, a researcher, an innovator, an entrepreneur, or a business leader, just take it upon yourself, have a very honest discussion that when Data Tamasha is done, was I able to contribute? Was I able to say everything that I had in mind? And leave here without any regrets. Naomba nimalizie, want to express my sincere appreciation again to everybody and to the institutions and to the partners. And I would like to acknowledge Tanzania Data Lab, D-Lab, the Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology of the United Republic of Tanzania, Ifakara Health Institute, United Nations Population Fund, United Nations Sustainable Development Framework, and the ICT Commission, and all other partners who have contributed to making this event possible. Baada ya maneno hayo machache, it is now my great pleasure and honor on behalf of the government, of the revolutionary government of Zanzibar, to officially declare Data Tamasha Africa 2026 officially open.
Ladies and gentlemen, makofi kwa mara nyingine tena yaliyoshiba kabisa. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, nitakuomba usogewe katikati ya jukwaa. Kuna zawadi ambayo imeandaliwa kwa ajili yako. To those who do not understand what I am talking about, it is your chance to learn the most beautiful language on the continent. Karibu sana. Kuna zawadi ambayo imeandaliwa. Ningependa kumkaribisha mwakilishi kutoka mkurugenzi mkuu kutoka policy pamoja na mkurugenzi mkuu kutoka Tanzania Data Lab waje kuwasilisha hii zawadi. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a present that has been organized for our guest of honor by the executive directors of policy and Tanzania Data Lab. Sasa sijui tuanze kuimba fungua au tutaishia tu hapo. Asante sana. Baada ya hapo, after that, ladies and gentlemen, we shall move on swiftly to taking group photos. Tafadhali mheshimiwa msishuke. Tafadhali kwa timu ambazo zimeandaliwa, to the teams that have been prepared, we're going to move the chairs in from the high table right here. We're going to move on directly to the group photos, tafadhali, so then we can move on swiftly into other activities. Naomba niazime misuli. We can both do, tutaziweka hapa chini tafadhali. Asante sana. I will announce the groups one after the other, and as I announce the groups, tafadhali ni viti vyote saba. Tuende kwa uharaka kidogo. I will announce the different groups that will be coming up for photos, and as I announce them, I will ask that you move to the stage as swiftly and as quickly as possible, tafadhali. Na hiko viti saba, 7 chairs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 chairs, tafadhali. I need it. Mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi, may I please ask you to take your seat? And then, of course, let's all tunawakaribisha. meza hapa. Asante sana jamani, tuwapigie makofi vijana hawa. Nafanya kazi kubwa. Msuli umeenda shule, unajenga na data. Namna hiyo, asanteni sana. That is the group, the first photo. This is our high table, ladies and gentlemen, with leaders from the convening institutions taking a photo together with our guests of honor. Tafadhali, after this, may I ask the different partners and government leaders that escorted the delegation of the guests of honor this morning to join them on stage. Tafadhali, the different government leaders that escorted the delegation of our guests of honor this morning to join them on stage. Tafadhali, kwenye meza hii nitaomba mpande jukwaani pia. Karibuni sana. To the different dignitaries are escorted the guests of honor into the room this morning. May I please ask you onto the stage as well. Dr. Emmanuel, tafadhali nikukaribishe jukwani. Engineer Zikt, tafadhali tukukaribishe jukwani. Asante sana. After this photo, these are our directors, high-level directors, government officials. Before you leave, may I also invite our government officials representing the government of Uganda. Tafadhali, may you please join them on the stage. I understand Ministry of ICT, Uganda, karibu sana. Thank you very much. All the way from across the border, tunakukaribisha jirani. We welcome you. After this photo, I'd like to invite the partners for Tanzania Data Lab as well as policy to then join them on stage as well. I'd like to invite all the partners, asante sana, to our government officials, asanteni sana. To our partners, Tanzania Data Lab Policy, may I please invite you onto the stage. To all the partners, may I please invite you onto the stage. Gates Foundation onto the stage. Aga Khan, UNFPA is already represented on the stage. All the different partners presented here, may I please invite you onto the stage. Tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, and the partners, we have the respective ministries: Gates Foundation, Jamii Africa, Ifakara Health Institute, HD Consulting and Associates, FSDT, Aga Khan University, Howlett Foundation, GIZ, Colmina Fund, UNFPA, UNCDF, CRDB Bank, NMB Bank, We Robotics, and Unleashed Africa. I will be. Thank you very much. Yes, asanteni sana. Ladies and gentlemen, after that, I'd like to call up to the stage different panelists, the panelists who spoke this morning, but I'd also like to invite the keynote speaker that will be coming on right after to come onto the stage. All our panelists onto the stage, tafadhali. That means there are some that I have to invite you onto the stage. The panelists who spoke this morning: Dr. Josephine May I please invite you onto the stage, our keynote speaker, Ms. Bonita, please back onto the stage. Karibu sana for a group photo. Yes, please. Dr. Nkundwe, may I please invite you back onto the stage for a group photo. We will be receiving a riveting keynote address right after, ladies and gentlemen. I have learned a lesson that I'm not saying. Mabibi na mabwana PSOA. Asante sana. After that, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to organize such a conference that brings together over 30 countries from across Africa, over 300 participants, mabibi na mabwana, I would like to bring up to the stage the Tanzania Data Lab as well as policy teams for a group photo. And as they come up, may we please give them a roaring round of applause. Because when we see things look beautiful, look simple, we know that there's a lot of work that has been done in the back end. For instance, they're taking a while to come because they're also working outside to make sure that everything runs smoothly. As they come onto the stage, I'm going to ask us to give them a wide round of applause. Makofi kwao kabisa. This was the chair of the organizing committee, this beautiful lady right here. Please, let's give her a round of applause. Small but mighty. Makofi hayajatosha. Ukiona vyaelea. Asante. Sasa hapo you have to translate for the person on your left and right. Ukiona vyaelea vimeundwa. This is the dream team that has brought together Data Tamasha 2026 for the first time, not only in Tanzania, but across Africa and globally, happening along the Spice Islands of Zanzibar. So we are going to take a photo, then I am going to ask for a video, and I'm going to expect us to respond with gusto. All right. Media team, are we good? May I ask at this moment, one of the founders of D-Lab, tafadhali join them on stage. Ninakuomba kwa kweli. Ladies and gentlemen, makofi kwake Bwana Steve Chacha. Do we have Mr. Omar in the audience? Tafadhali, Mr. Omar. Dr. Mshinda, yupo? Tafadhali, tuko karibieni jukwani. Tafadhali niwakaribishe. All right. So what we're going to do we have the camera crew, is this ready? Yeah. Are you ready? Okay. I don't need the mic yet. Are you ready? No, you look like you're getting ready. So all I will say is Data Tamasha 2026, you will say, Kujenga na data. With gusto. All right, are we ready? Yeah. All right, you ready? I'm ready. Are you ready? Yeah. Now, let's go. 1, 2, 3, Data Tamasha! Kujenga na data! Oh, okay, they were joking. No. Yeah, you were still, this is now you're ready. You're going to be back. All right. Are you ready? Yes. Oh, yeah. Are you ready? Yes. This is all. Yes, that is what over. All right, this is the one that's going out there. Data Tamasha Africa 2026. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana, ninashukuru mheshimiwa mgeni rasmi. Tumemaliza hili zoezi la picha, tuwakaribishe muendelee na shughuli nyingine hapo nje. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our guest of honor as he exits the venue. However, I believe there are going to be some media personnel outside who would like to hear from you. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. I would like to quickly announce a few changes to our schedule so that we can move on swiftly and ensure that we remain engaged. Now, in the spirit of democracy, I would like to bring to you a suggestion of how we shift the agenda a little bit, and we have to agree together how we move so that we can move together. We can move both far and fast together. Yes? All right. May I please ask you all to stand up, to get up on your feet? It was a heavy morning. Hey, in the back, you're already stretching. You're already doing it. I don't even have to say. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to ask you to do something very simple. Just hands up. Both hands. I'm holding a mic, so please don't do this. All right, both hands up, hands to the side. Hands to the side. Then you just stretch. Okay, so hands to the side is this. I'm holding a mic, so, right? So just on the left and on the right. Once more, left and right. And then very simple, what you're going to do is try to draw a zero with your waist. For some of you, it is August, but your fitness goals at the beginning of the year are yet to be addressed. So this is where we do it. All right. Now, the last thing that I'm going to ask you to do is something very simple. I know every gentleman in the room will get this. I know the men in the room, hey, you will conquer this. The ladies in the room will conquer it even more. Hey, when I say the gentlemen, you're like, let me show them. All right. So I'm assuming we can all count. Yes? So this is what we're going to do. Right? Legs akimbo. Just on the sides. All right. So we're going to count together. What I'm going to ask you to do is take a seat, not on your chair. We're going to count to 8. So we're going to have 3 rounds of 8. The first 8, we're going to move down. Second 8, we're going to stay down. Third 8, we're going to climb up. Very simple, yes? All right, so we're going to count together. You ready? Let's go. What you're going to be doing is sitting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And hold. 1, 2. Nice. Wow. Some people are cheating. You're representing your country. And then come up. 2. Yes. There you go. Why? Give yourself a round of applause. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. You can take your seats. So, how are you feeling? Feeling good? So if anybody will ask you, have you squatted this year? You're like, yes, I did, in Zanzibar. All right, so we were supposed to be having a keynote address right now. And right after the keynote address, we were supposed to be breaking. After the break, we were to come back here for a keynote address, as well as lightning talks. But considering we started our agenda a little bit later than planned, this is the idea or the proposal I'd like to run past you, that we move the lightning talks to tomorrow morning. And then right now, we don't directly go on a break. We go directly into the keynote address, and then we will break. The break will take us on to lunch, and right after, we're going to go into the breakout sessions. Is that okay? Yes? Because the whole idea is if we all move out to break right now, bringing us back in the room will be heavy. And there's a keynote address ready to shake us off our feet. So I believe we are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address this beautiful, beautiful afternoon, I'll just say morning because I want to be delusional. For the keynote address this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask us to get ready to be inspired, to be challenged. The speaker is like, no, they will not be inspired. They will not be inspired. You shall be inspired too. To be challenged, but also to learn something new. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is not only an author and speaker, but in many ways, she is an educator and somebody who pushes us to think outside the status quo. I'm going to ask us, ladies and gentlemen, to collectively give you need the podium? Now, may I borrow muscles to bring, nice. May I ask you to assist him? Namba msaada tafadhali. Yes.
Told one of the worst speaking slots that you can have is to be the person who is standing in between people and their lunch. So I recognize that I'm the obstacle between you and food, but I'm going to do my best to get you to lunch very quickly. Hopefully, you've learned something in the process, and it's not just thinking about food. Habari za jioni, tumeshafika jioni? Mchana. Habari za mchana? Mlala salama. How many people here speak Swahili? Show of hands. Okay, so mniwe radhi nataka kuzungumza Kiswahili kidogo. If you don't understand, just give me 2 minutes. I'm going to speak to the Swahili speakers for 2 minutes, and then I'm going to come back in English. Sawa? Habari za mchana, mlala vizuri. Leo nilikuwa nasikiliza, I think nani alikuwa anazungumza hapo asubuhi? Na alikuwa anazungumzia mambo ya infrastructure, innovation, privacy, na ningetaka tu kuuliza haraka haraka. Je, neno maalum ya infrastructure kwenye lugha ya Kiswahili ni nini? Miundombinu. Na innovation? Na privacy? Surveillance? Algorithm? Tumeambiwa AI ni AI. Je, kuna neno lingine? Akili unde, hiyo nimesikia. Kulikuwa neno lingine nilikuwa nataka kuuliza. Data privacy nimeshauliza. Na ni kuashiria kwamba saa zingine huwa tunazungumzia mambo ya teknolojia kwenye lugha ya Kiingereza na tunaona kwamba hakuna haja ya kutafsiri maneno maalum. Si ndio? Alafu tunaanza kuunda sheria, kuunda mbinu na kadhalika bila kuzingatia kwamba kila mtu nchini amealikwa kujihusisha na masuala haya. Na leo ningetaka tu kuchukua muda mfupi kuzungumzia mambo ya ubunifu ndio na data ndio, lakini sana sana kutualika kufikiria, kujikakamua kidogo, ili tunapozungumzia tunafikiria juu ya wale watu ambao hawajalikwa kwenye mazungumzo haya. Sawa? I want us to think very critically about who is not included in the conversations. And that's why I've been very intentional about starting in Swahili. Those of you who speak English, how did it feel to be on the other side of that conversation? It's not a very comfortable feeling, is it? That people are having a whole conversation and building a whole discourse and you can't participate. And I want to challenge all of us, because this is one of the theoretical pillars that I'm going to be touching on today, that most of us, most people in the world, the vast majority of people in the world are experiencing conversations about digitalization in translation. We are building a superstructure that is primarily in English. I wouldn't even say French or Spanish, even though there's something that's happening there. And everybody's being invited in translation, and that has secondary impacts. Those of you who speak English, to what extent who don't speak Swahili rather, to what extent would you feel empowered to contribute to the conversation that we just had in Swahili? Would you feel like you would be able to engage as a meaningful participant if we were making laws? If we were designing innovation center and we said, come, but you are the only person who doesn't understand the language that people are. And someone said, we're having an innovation competition. Tumewalika kila mtu come and participate in our hub, but you don't understand the foundational languages that are being spoken. So I want you to sit with that discomfort for a second while I share some of my thoughts this morning. As you saw in the program, my name is Nanjala Nyabola. I am a writer, researcher, political analyst. I wear very many hats. And in this particular conference, in this particular context, I'm coming to you as someone who has been thinking about the politics and the ideas that shape our digital reality. I'm going to ask you to think with me about theory. I think a lot of the conversations that we've had so far have been about practice, right? Have been about data as an instrument, as an object, as something that we use, as something that we deploy, but I want you to take a step back and think about theory. And I don't want you to be scared with thinking about theory, because part of what I hope to do with this body of research that I'm working on is to demystify the process of theory, one, so that it's not something that happens in the academy, in the ivory towers, but it's something that we do and we engage with and we build together. But I also want us to think about theory as something that we co-develop, that is not an expert standing from on high, delivering as if some kind of messiah, but something that we are co-constructing together. And to think about theory as something that is important to reframing how we understand, collect, use, deploy data. Too many times, those of us who are thinking on the African continent, we are not invited to participate in the theoretical conversations. We are end users. We are even part of the product. You know what they say? If the platform is free, if the software is free, you are the product, right? When you think about social media, you are not the consumer of social media. You are the product. The consumer of social media is the advertising company that is paying the social media company for access to you and your photographs and your words. So, too many times when we are engaging in conversations about data and data governance, we as Africans are invited to participate at the level of being users and being consumers. We're not given an opportunity to think more profoundly about if we had all the power, all the agency, all the creative energy, is this the data reality that we would build? Are these the things that we would prioritize? And I give language as an example of how that might work. If you had all the power to shape, for example, how data privacy regulations are developed, would you be writing your laws in English or would you be writing them in Swahili or any other African language? Right? If you had to build something, if you had to code something and say, well, what's the biggest priority? I want to build a platform that does XYZ. Would surveillance and surveillance tech be your priority? Or would you be thinking more critically about solving the problems that are closer to the lived reality of your community? I think about theory when in relation to digital technology, specifically in line with decolonial technology. Those are two words that we're increasingly seeing more and more people putting together because there's a realization that there are power imbalances that are embedded in the way our data realities are being constructed. Something scary is happening with digital technologies broadly and with data governance and data management more narrowly. Surveillance tech, systemic violence, normalization of the systemic violence against women and girls, exploitation of the natural environment. In these conversations that we've had today, we've spent a lot of time thinking about the positives of data and the positive of data management. But those of us who are consistently active in these conversations know that there's been a turn in the last 10 years. I think, for example, about how artificial intelligence and generative AI was rolled out. There are a lot of women in this room. When you first heard about Gen AI, just by show of hands, how many of you thought, wow, this is a fantastic idea? Exactly. I don't know a single woman who, when was told, hey, Gen AI, it's fantastic, thought, amazing. Most of us probably had the same thought, right? This is going to be used to harm women. This is going to be used to tilt what is already a very gendered digital reality, data reality, further towards injustice towards women. And that's what we've seen, right? On X, on Twitter, his mother called him Twitter, I'm going to call him Twitter. If he wants to change his name to X, he's going to have to get a new birth certificate. On X, on Twitter, you can now today, for the very low price of $8 a month, create non-consensual images of women using photographs, data that they've shared on a different context and distribute it with very little consequence. Now, that's not probably how they would explain that. They would probably say, no, we embedded this Gen AI into the Twitter back end, and it's all very advanced and technologically it's progress. But the reality is, when you build digital technology without taking into consideration the real experiences of 51% of the world's population, you are communicating something about how you view that 51% as a participant in your digital future. You're communicating something about how you prioritize the safety of women, the safety of children in the data reality that you're building. And these are some of the contextual questions that I argue we can't resolve just by thinking about regulation, just by thinking about trust and safety. These are more profound questions about theory, about what kind of shared digital future we want to construct and what role each of us will play in that reality. I think a lot about labor, for example, and how our concept of labor, or how our digital reality reflects a very specific concept of labor. What kind of digital jobs? This morning we heard a lot about the creation of digital jobs, but what kind of digital jobs are we creating? What kind of digital jobs are possible in the data reality that we've created today? When I say tech workers, I think many of you will have in mind someone sitting somewhere in an office in front of a computer writing code, correct? Is that who you think about when you think about a tech worker? Someone who is coding, someone who is doing, what is it called? Troubleshooting, development, etc. What if I told you that the vast majority of tech workers don't actually code? What do they do? What do they do if they're not coding? Behind every large-scale deployment of digital technology is an invisible army of workers who are doing work that is not considered labor. When we think about the children in the Congo who are being sent deeper and deeper underground to mine the tech, the raw materials that go into making our mobile phones and our computers possible, is that not part of the supply chain of digital technology? When we think about large language models, LLMs, and we think about the people who have to clean up the back ends of these LLMs so that they can be commercially viable. Right now in Kenya, we have thousands of content moderators, thousands of people working in offices, making sure that when you go onto ChatGPT or Claude or whatever platform you use, you're not instantly confronted by the worst of humanity, right? Someone has to make these platforms commercially viable. Are these people not tech workers also? Amazon Go was touted as the future of independent shopping. I don't know if you heard about this. It's a supermarket, you go in, and there's no staff members. You walk around, you pick whatever you want, and then you go to the checkout, and you tap your card, and there's nobody. And everybody said, wow, technological advancement, how great. It's actually low-wage workers in India watching on surveillance cameras, making sure that you don't steal anything, making sure that whatever you pick off the shelves matches whatever you've put on the till, and then approving the transaction on the other end. Every year, we have every day, every year, every week, every month, we have all of these people who do all of this labor that is upholding our data reality, our digital reality, but their work is not recognized, their safety is not prioritized, their contribution to the planet, to the context that we're creating isn't acknowledged. I also think about the material reality of our shared digital future. I love hearing politicians and policymakers speak about data and digital technology, because the first question that always comes to mind is how, where, when, and with whom. I think the most successful magic trick that we've seen the last 25 years is tech companies convincing us that our digital lives and our data lives are somehow disconnected to the physical reality of the planet. It's hard enough to get people to think about digital infrastructure. It's harder still to get them to think about how much unchecked expansion of data collection that we can bring to bear to build. When you think about the African context, to what extent can eye color really be considered an identifying feature? 98% of African people have brown eyes, right? So why do we collect eye color data on ID cards? Because someone told us. That's how you do ID. You collect fingerprints, you collect the eye color. We don't even question it, right? Someone told us this is how we do identification. We collect eye color and then we collect fingerprints. Data collection, data processing, none of these are neutral technical ideas. They reflect specific theoretical beliefs about what data is, how it can be collected, how it can be used. And because of that, we owe it to ourselves to sit in these questions of theory so that we can provide answers and contexts that reflect the priorities that we want to govern our data future. I think one of the sources of theoretical knowledge that can help us navigate these questions and find interesting answers is what I call, or what is called, African feminism. And African feminism is a body of thought, it's a network of thought that emerges from African women theorizing with the lived experiences of African women. It's not saying to the exclusion of everything else, but it's something that I think adds to the theoretical landscape that pushes us to think more deeply about some of these contextual questions. When I look at how African women use their agency to define their relationship with power, I see a possibility of different outcomes for our data, present and our data future. And I think about specifically about the writings and teachings of African women because the intersectionality of these identities, African, woman, Black, modernity, it's generated such a rich body of work in which a group of people have spent years, decades, generations, writing against orthodoxy, proposing new ways of organizing the world, forcing a system that is determined not to see them, to see, to listen, to engage. Since before even our countries existed, African women have had to write themselves into politics and into society. And this has produced a body of work that I think if we read closely and engage with sincerely, might give us a different way of addressing some of these foundational theoretical questions. Let me make this point by going back to the example of the environmental consequences of generative AI. The vast majority of African women are subsistence agriculturalists. Some are farmers, some are cattle keepers, some are whatever, but agriculturalists. They spend a lot of time working intimately with land. African women spend more time, on average, in search of water and walk further distances in search of fresh water than any other subset of people in the world. Professor Wangari Maathai, who was the first and so far only African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize, spent her entire working life arguing that there could be no social or economic progress without the protection of the earth, and that our economic models, our political models, must think about the environment in order to be considered complete. A lot of what Professor Maathai did was dismissed. I said, oh, you know, I'm a feminist, wanafanya mambo, wanachochea watu lakini mambo yao sijui nitafanya nini nayo. But what Maathai was doing was challenging us, using the lived experiences of the rural women that she worked with, that she organized with, that she planted trees with, to look at our economic system and say, if we don't think about the natural environment, we are going to be failing ourselves. So now go back and think about what I said about Gen AI, that every time you go into a Claude or ChatGPT and ask, Claude, what time is it? Claude, make me a poster to advertise my event that 3 people will come to. Claude, please, make a knockoff R&B song. Every time you do that, half a liter of water goes down the drain. If in your lived reality, as a tech worker, you had to wake up in the morning and go and find that half a liter of water, you had to walk 35 kilometers to find that half a liter of water, would the water consumption of generative AI be an afterthought in the system that you build. If instead of just redirecting water, sitting in your office and saying, water comes from the tap, you had to actually go and find that water, would you not take more time to think about the consumption of water in the infrastructure that you're building? Right? Right now, we're seeing this massive resistance growing towards data center in rural communities, in peri-urban communities, in predominantly Black, Native American communities in the US, in Spain, because the data centers are being built in some of the most impoverished neighborhoods in the world. And people are saying, hang on a second, you are sitting in your offices in Silicon Valley or whatever, breathing fresh air, drinking fresh water, and I'm sitting here inhaling the fumes, inhaling the secondary effects. Is that not part of the data infrastructure? Thinking with the lived experiences of African women, I think, illuminates questions that often get left behind. I've talked a little bit about the environment. You could also think about labor and how much time African feminists spend theorizing labor. My best friend always says to me, Nanjala, African women have never been stay-at-home moms. Never in the history of the world have African women been stay-at-home moms. We do work. We might not get paid the same, and the work that people do might not be considered labor, but it's work and it matters. And the process of theorizing that labor leads to questions that we can then apply to our data realities. Whose labor counts? Whose labor is made visible? Whose labor is adequately compensated? Why are the people who own the platforms trillionaires and the children who are digging for coltan dying before the age of 18? Yet, if the trillionaire disappears tomorrow, nothing will happen. But if the children stop mining, our entire digital reality would collapse. The way we value labor, the way we order labor, if we start thinking about the lived experiences of African women, I think we start to see important and interesting questions that can feed into a richer theoretical context for the data reality that we want to build and we want to live in. I want to stop there because I was told I only had 20 minutes and I've already gone way over time. The core point that I'm making here is not just that we can't keep moving things around the surface and simply accepting ideas that are imported from elsewhere, but that we have scope for agency, and we have scope for creativity, and we have scope to shape our data realities in ways that reflect our lived realities. We don't just have to accept what has come before, even when we can see how broken it is and how much damage it is doing to the world, to the natural environment, to the present, to the future. This last summer has been the hottest summer on record in the world. Right now, I think in the UK, in Western Europe, they're coming out of the 5th heat wave that they've had. It's the hottest July since last year, which was the hottest July since the previous year, which was the hottest July since the previous year. We cannot afford for some of these questions to continue to be subsidiary. I think African feminists have been challenging the foundations of social and political thought for so long that it shows us how impactful embracing that theoretical challenge can be. We don't all have to become philosophers, but we can make room for different ways of thinking to challenge us, to do better, to build better, and to reflect our realities better as we move forward. Don't be afraid of the foundational questions. Don't leave things that have come before. Don't stray from the foundations of knowledge that have come before the present that you live in today, because you're entering a system that tells you that there is no value there. Theorize in Swahili, theorize in, I don't know, Luo or Luya, whatever. Build things that make sense for you. We can't continue to accept digital monocultures that negate the possibilities that exist within our societies. The work is hard, but I think that hard work will lead us to a better future than what is promised by the trajectory we are on today. The question I think for all of us is, are we prepared to do it? Na kwa hayo machache, asanteni, mwende mle msikasirike na mimi sana. I do believe
absolutely right. Inspired to think differently, inspired to think deeper, inspired to ask bold questions. Because many times in spaces like this, one of the things that can happen is we might end up becoming subject to very shallow conversation and being agreeable. It's fine to be on the same page, but I think that was an invitation, as we've received from the very beginning of today, to ask bold questions, to be able to capacitate ourselves to, in every single way, truly be able to build meaningfully with data. Because we can either build cosmetically, or we can build something that actually has a meaning. So in later generations, they can actually look at you. Yes, you shall be a grandma or granddad someday. Yeah? No, don't lament. This is the reality of life. But to a point where somebody can look back, you can feel that truly we each and every single one of us had a contribution in making a greater tomorrow for the African continent and otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, another hand of applause, Miss Nanjala Yavola. And with that, Mabibi Namugwana, with all that, I feel that we are full intellectually, but let's go feed our bodies so the intellect can work better. Food has already been served. There is lunch served right outside. There's a restaurant right straight out of this door. There's a team outside this main door that is positioned to hand you coupons. You cannot access the lunch venue without the coupon, so please do make sure that you receive your coupon at the door right here, then head on directly to lunch. Lunch will be from now all the way until 1:55. Lunch closes at 1:55, so please make sure that by 1:55 you're ready to move out to the breakout rooms. We have a few breakout rooms happening. We have a few sessions happening at the same time. You can definitely refer to your agendas, but really quickly, 3 breakout rooms will be right within this space. This room is going to be broken up into 3. So there's going to be a room towards the end, right in the middle, and on this side, that will be cinnamon, maripa, and anato. Cardamom, not cinnamon. Cardamom, maripa in the middle, anato right here. So the breakout rooms, the first one in cardamom will be Who Owns Your Impact? Data Sovereignty for Feminist and Civics Tech Organizations, run by Open Up, Gabriela Razano. Then the one in Anato will be Data for People, for Planet, and for Africa. This will be run by Priya Chetty, Research ICT Africa. The one in Maripo will be on borrowed tools, borrowed data, towards an Africa framework for AI and data governance audit. This will be run by Article 19 East Africa, as well as African Internet Rights Alliance. The same thing. That will be run by Angela Minayo. And then upstairs, we have clove, ginger, and cinnamon. Clove, ginger, and cinnamon are upstairs on the first floor. Upstairs in clove will be Jenga Mchezo, a game design lab for African digital futures, run by Play Labs, Kamogelo, Makoba. Then in ginger, Island Innovation by Silicon Zanzibar, run by Ikram Soraga et al. And then in cinnamon, we'll have digital organizing and resilience among domestic workers in Kenya, run by the University of Nairobi, Professor Salome Bukachi. Within your rooms, we will not be coming back to this room towards the course of the day. We will have 3 sets of breakout rooms. So please make sure you look at your agenda. You know the first room you're going to, so that means at 1:55, we need to be seated in our breakout rooms. Have an incredible lunch. Karibu chakula cha mchana. Bon appetit. Karibuni sana. We will meet again in this plenary session tomorrow morning, bright and early, but for now, we are moving on to breakout rooms to have engagements that matter, to dig deeper, dig boldly, and dig courageously. Thank you very much.
I am the executive director. I'm going to take you into our world a little bit, just what we've been thinking about, some things that we've been working on. We're a little bit obsessed with data, and so I think we are actually now in the theater of the obsessed with data, which is great. So our favorite conversations are the conversations you're having today. So in terms of what to expect from this workshop, and I hope you feel you will walk away thinking that you have made the right choice. We're going to start out with a little bit of a landscape conversation from me, just in terms of what already exists on the continent, the policy landscape that we have, and the kinds of things we are trying to influence and direct and shape and take forward. And the big question for that session is, how does all of this information that you've heard connect to lived realities? Walked away with from this morning's discussion. Okay, great. I think that's one of the, I'm going to stay here now because now it feels comfortable here. But how does this connect to lived realities? And we're going to work on together what the kind of research agenda and the policy agenda should be, some questions that we want to take out of this session. We will do the work to write it up, and we'll share it with this group, and we'll share it informs us, our economic priorities, our socioeconomic priorities. There's also the more focused digital transformation strategy, and it has these foundational pieces around connectivity, cybersecurity, digital governance, digital economy. And when you read it now, in some ways you'll think about how far we've come, because this language and these ambitions, we seem to have progressed beyond it. We also have the AU Data Policy Framework, and I'm going to come back to that because I think it's one of those central conversation pieces for today. But there's something about it that gives us a new opportunity context for data, especially in the African context, and that's what makes it so special. And there are a range of others. But it's also good to keep in mind that we've got some existing instruments like the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. And so when we think about advancing at least the policy agenda, and when we want to do research informing the policy agenda, we have to keep some of these legacy instruments in mind as well. And then we have the Continental Frameworks for AI, and more recently, we have the Access to Data Guidelines that was led by the African Commission for Human and People's Rights, which starts to think about what access to data means in a human rights context. So in the margins of the Global Digital Compact, the global one, and in the context of the conversations around what is the pact for the future, the long view, that's when experts on the continent also came forward to put together a compact for Africa. So in a way, it could be seen as the shadow document. I don't like that. I think it's a statement of intent and a deliberate effort from our side to say that in parallel to the global priorities, it's important that we bring into focus the digital compact for Africa. And it says what we know now. We've got a population that is young. We will have a population that is young. We are increasingly more and more connected. There are some pieces that we have to continue to invest in. We're not done with digital infrastructure, with digital literacy. And then at the same time, we need to foster things like our data governance capabilities. It also says that the Digital Compact for Africa must find its resonance and its alignment in that broader context of the Global Digital Compact, of the various other African instruments. But in a way, it's a nice navigational piece because it brings those pieces together and it tells us if this is how far we've come in the context of what we have on the policy agenda, this is how we can go forward. It has in there that's very useful for today, a compact of the data priorities. But if I had to pull out all the data governance relevant statements, it speaks about developing our capability. It speaks about open source software and platforms that are needed. It speaks about cybersecurity and data protection laws, the availability of high quality data sets to reflect our cultural identity and diversity. It speaks about the relationship between data and AI infrastructure and data centers, computing platforms, and what those contribute. It speaks about emphasis continually on citizens and their digital rights, and then also speaks about trade initiatives, for instance, and the constant need to improve our digital literacy, but also our digital literacy in a rights context, so that we are able to speak freely about issues of data protection and access to data and so on. Then in that context, and I said I would come back to this, we have the African Union Data Policy Framework. And there's something really revolutionary, I want to say, about this document, because it starts to put a different spin on what data means for the continent. And there are many sitting in this room, in fact, even though we're a small group, that were very integral to its development and to being the thought partners in that process. So what are the preconditions when we speak about leveraging data for good, for our economic good, for our socioeconomic good? And what do we need as the foundational pieces in terms of the open and interoperable standards? What are those barriers that we're facing? And what is it that we need to facilitate if we were going to move the needle on the data for good context? And it speaks about investment in that foundational infrastructure. It speaks about, for the first time, this optimal interplay between state, markets, and regulatory institutions, about how to build human and institutional digital capability, and it speaks about the principles informing that. And then it really lands this concept that in order for us to move forward, the data policies that we devise and that we put forward as national governments have to create value from responsible data use. It has to foster sustainable, equitable growth and enhance shared prosperity from the data economy. So it's around that time that issues around data justice, and I'm leaving some presents here for everyone, it's around issues around data justice and where we are, who benefits. That's when the conversations really started to come forward in a framework of how we might solve and what the implementation roadmap might be for African governments and for the continent. And it also speaks about regulation, not just from a data protection perspective, but to enable access to data and to enable better markets. So if we're speaking about fostering opportunities for local innovation, how are we going to open up the data markets as well? And then just to close off, remember that while we're having these conversations, there are a few urgent pieces in terms of the global landscape. And so what we take out of here, and as we engage globally, these are the things we will respond to. The Global Digital Compact process. And there are a number of priorities there that are highly relevant to us. And so there are some that we can drop in. For instance, the need to develop data and metadata standards designed to prevent and address bias, discrimination, or human rights violations. And you can see that if you start to do a very quick comparative, that maybe something like metadata and its value for integrity and how we preserve, it might be neglected in some of our frameworks. And then there's the UN Scientific Panel on AI, so hot off the press, came out in July, informs the UN dialogue, and it makes, we've written a piece to sort of say what it doesn't cover. But something that it does say is that we are routinely, systematically, and consistently prejudiced by the fact that we just don't have the data to even enforce our rights and to begin to have conversation agenda for us. So this is something that was shared with me a little while ago, and it's the time at which we started to think about the connection between Earth and people. And I think, you know, in its initial forms, it lent itself to a kind of, in some ways, spiritual, philosophical investigation into how we are connected and the role of data in that. But I think there's something this is what is drawn out here from a specific paper, is information that was shared with African governments to prepare for global debates around climate justice and data and climate justice. And it already put down on paper that there is a need for us to work more closely with communities if we were really going to understand what the impacts were and how we were going to solve together. And it said that these are the challenges. If we simply relied on the fact that at any time we could draw out environmental data from any location, these are the challenges we would see. One, it would be heterogeneous. Two, there are immense barriers to sharing that data and to its reuse. We just don't have the policies that would enable that. There's a lack of common standards, vocabularies, and access protocols. The available data has inadequate metadata because we just haven't built those systems yet. It's in unsuitable formats. It lacks quality indicators that relate to how it can be used elsewhere. And there's a lack of data stewardship at the local level. So when you start asking questions about how you access the data and how you can use it, things start to fall apart, as we've seen with our research. So a few quick insights from the research that we are doing. In our Data for People section, where we're landing is obviously that data should not just serve systems. It needs to serve people. And one of the founding pieces in this body of research was work that was done around embodied data. And Anya can't be here today. She's here actually in the vicinity. But she led this work at Research ICT Africa, and it said that data is actually integral to people and to our experiences, and it's part of us, and it's part of our story, and it can't be separated. And then it starts to imagine what that looks like from a regulatory perspective, from a stewardship perspective. What does it mean to access and use data, and what are we okay with, and what are we not okay with when we see it as part of our physical selves? And the second is about an integrated approach to something like DPI. It's very easy when something like AI or DPI comes about to think about a data governance framework just to drop into that environment, but that doesn't really solve anything. And so when we take an integrated approach, who is affected and who are the different roles in that? We recently did a submission to the South African Department of Home Affairs, and we were critical of the approach to simply regulate digital ID, saying that digital ID, as we've found with our research now, primary research, working with communities, is something that is emotive, and it is something that has very far-reaching consequences for self, for safety, for existence, for futures, and so it needs to be interpreted in that way. And so we called for better mechanisms outside of the digital ID framework itself. What is that research around people telling us? That people and communities need meaningful access to the data that affects their lives. That data governance should not treat people merely as sources of data, but they should have agency and ability to access their rights. And often as I suppose as a lawyer myself and for others, there might be the means within the legal frameworks, but there simply isn't the agency. And that's the next tier of problems. And then there has to be accountability. So we should be able to use data access to support our human rights and enable broader governance that's more appropriate. So you'll receive conversation prompts just now, and on there will be some questions for you to look into these issues a little more. Around Data for Planet, what are we seeing? That transparent data governance needs to be just. It needs to foster sustainable futures. So we had a little study that we've done that looks at air quality in Cape Town and in Nairobi. And we worked with a partner organization who did the very same work in Nairobi. And we looked at exactly how the data was being collected, how people from the communities were engaging with it, the questions that they had in terms of the air quality and the issues that they faced, and then what was the transparency measures in place, and did they correlate? So was the data being accessible, actually able to move the needle on their human rights and access to health and so on? Without giving you the spoiler, you can imagine what the answers were. But it provides some recommendations on how to dismantle the data value chains to better understand the connections between data. And there are some other papers in there as well. Similarly here, the research is demonstrating that you can't separate issues of socioeconomic justice and poverty from the environment. They are completely interconnected. There's some interesting information about a city like Cape Town in South Africa, where you can see physical divides in terms of how people lived. and even the animal populations and the plant populations have grown and developed in ways that are completely segregated and almost impossible to undo at this stage, meaning that when there is environmental impact, those haves will automatically be more resilient, and the have-nots simply don't have the environmental resilience as well. And there's a lot in there to unpack in terms of the desperation that comes from poverty and what happens to the environment. So it's a deep-seated issue, but it starts with understanding what is happening in different areas and different locations and how we can respond to it. And it's only when we have that data that we can have more agency and accountability over it. And then when we come to the continent, we try to put alongside the data governance ambitions we have, what are the transformation and prosperity ambitions that we have as a continent, and see whether the data we have is serving us. If we are going to be outcomes minded, as we were urged to be this morning, then how do we tell how we're progressing against our sustainable development transformation objectives? How do we know? And what are we doing well? What aren't we doing well? And so even as we invest in infrastructure, what do we need? What don't we need? And so there are some interesting questions coming out around the evolving role of specific stakeholders and custodians in data governance chains, like national statistics officers, and their role in what happens next, and information regulators, for instance. And then what is the connection between data governance at the institutional level, in the informal settings, and then something as large as regional digital trade. And so, yeah, there's some interesting lessons in there. And then also it's interesting to disaggregate from the continental perspective and mark ourselves on whether our data policies are going to serve our interests. It's interesting to look at in the countries themselves. Why are they pursuing data policies? So in the Gambia, it's about the data economy. In Somalia, it's about a digital state. These are countries we've worked with in more recently. And then in the Comoros, it's about a joined-up digital government across the islands. In the Zambia, it's about a more efficient and inclusive data economy. So there are these guiding principles that inform it. And similarly, when it comes to AI policies, you'll find that characterization as well. So now I have the pleasure of sharing with you a video, if it works, of my, let's see if this is going to work. Where's the prompt?
Data is part of our lives, even when we don't notice it. Every time we use an app, we visit a website, or we share information, we're eating data.
Think about your ID for a moment. Not just the plastic card or the booklet, but everything it unlocks. Digital ID data touches almost everything we do. It's how people access healthcare, banking, jobs, and government services, even how they exercise their basic human rights.
So when we talk about data, we're not really talking about computers and numbers. We're talking about people.
As more services move online, the institutions that manage this data, banks, home affairs departments, and other private intermediaries, need to be properly equipped to serve us well.
With the right mechanisms in place, this data can help governments understand what the communities need. It can help researchers find solutions to public interest problems, and it can help businesses create new opportunities.
But that opportunity means nothing if people don't have a say in how these tools are used and don't know how to exercise their rights when something goes wrong.
Which is why we also have to ask, what happens to the people when this data is used in the wrong way?
When systems break down, bias creeps in, or local data is lost, it's not an abstract glitch. It disrupts real lives. You're not just facing an inconvenience. You could be locked out of income, healthcare, or legal protection, rendered digitally invisible.
That's why access to data is so important. It determines how we use data to respond to harms, create opportunities, and monitor your access to basic human rights, all while protecting your privacy, your safety, dignity, not only online, but also offline.
Digitalization on its own isn't progress. If we roll out new systems without also empowering people to use them properly, then we'll only widen the gap between those who are included and those who are left behind.
That's the most important thing to remember, that data represents something. It's a marker of past, present, and future, where we are and where we're going. Environmental data, for example, is an archive of planetary health, one that, when managed correctly, can be used to address the crisis unfolding across land, seas, and vulnerable communities.
Think about the basic air we breathe. If we don't know where pollution is concentrated, who is exposed, or how that exposure changes over time, we are limited in how we hold both governments and polluters accountable.
But unfortunately, as it stands, not all data is captured equally.
Some of the communities facing the greatest environmental risks are also the least visible in official monitoring systems.
In South Africa and Nairobi, not to mention across sub-Saharan Africa, millions of Africans live in polluted environments without any record of the harms they face every day.
When environmental data is missing, we're not just talking about gaps in a data set. We're talking about people and their lived experiences disappearing from the evidence used to make decisions. In this context, data visibility and data agency become a form of power.
Everyone has a right to a clean, safe, and healthy environment. Likewise, they have a right to information that can serve them and the public good. So, what do?
We need to ask, who is visible, who is missing, who controls the data, and what happens when the data reveals harm? As climate and environmental pressures grow, and governments increasingly turn to data and technology to respond, we need reliable data that institutions can act on.
Because data governance isn't just about producing and controlling data.
It should be about embedding justice into the systems that shape our daily lives, ensuring that data leads to accountability, participation, and just, sustainable futures. If affected communities have no meaningful role in producing and using the knowledge that their data provides, then it isn't progress. It's just information without accountability. To enable data justice, we need rights-respecting data governance, the kind that gives African countries, communities, and citizens agency over how their data gets collected and used, and to whom the benefits flow. Africa is a source and site of immense indigenous knowledge, culture, technological innovation, and political imagination. A well-governed data ecosystem that serves African realities and priorities will unlock social and economic value for the continent and enable us to realize our potential within the global digital economy. With the right policies and practices in place, we can do more than just protect our digital future. We can help it flourish. So the question isn't whether data will shape our future, but what kind of future we will build with it.
All right. For the stars. Yeah, okay. 2, 3, 4 in group 3. And then if I can ask you to join group 1. Yeah, is that okay? Yeah, super. So everyone can have a prompt card if you like. And it will just tell you how to move through you need these. You are here. Yeah, Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're not in a 1, 2, 4. Yeah. There as well. You can find a tent, make yourselves comfortable, and then here's the cards for the research agendas or policy priority. And yeah, if you need more cards. So big questions, big handwriting, anyone can write on them. And here's markers, whoever needs markers. Marker, yeah, need a marker. Yeah, okay. All right, and here we go. And this is the golden stuff we're after. As a research question comes up for you, or a policy priority, pop it on this card, and then we'll stick it up under your group. Yeah.
Practical.
Practical, exactly. What can we act on? Yeah. What can we act on? There we go. And these are, yeah, these are meant to prompt you. It could be that your conversation moves in a very different direction, but yeah, if you'd like, you can start with these. Here's markers if anyone wants a marker. Marker, yeah. Marker, anyone? Yeah, you're good? Okay. Do you need, all right. And we've got,
Is someone reporting from the group later?
yes, yeah, yeah,
We have
yeah.
someone who's
Yes, please do, yeah.
So if I understand you
Thank
correctly-
you for prompting me on
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So please do, yeah.
If it's one question each, or they should discuss all of them?
They can decide. I think you can decide. And then you should also think about who will feedback from your group. Who will just caption, yeah, from your group. Yeah. Let's see. We've got about 15 minutes? 15 to 20 minutes, yeah. 15 to 20 minutes, yeah. Yeah. 25, yeah. Yeah. More cards if you need. More cards if you need. So, and I think try to keep it practical, like things we can act on. Like so,
Try to keep it?
practical in that sense, yeah. So not the thesis question for the, no, I'm kidding. The thesis question, great, because we have people ready to do thesis. Okay. And here's markers if you need.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You have to control.
Yeah. Got prompts, yeah.
Deciding the questions. What do you decide?
There's a question of agency.
Yes.
It's control, right? It also means
Yeah,
control.
like the ability to decide. Yeah.
Decide, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
Yeah. 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 Ah, please join a group. Please join a group.
To some extent, control the data of bank accounts. Right? To some extent.
Can I bring you up to speed so you can join a group?
No, just I'm a volunteer.
Oh, right, okay, all right,
Sorry,
okay.
can I know your name? Just
Priya.
I'm taking notes.
Priya.
Priya.
Priya, yeah. Priya Chetty, yeah.
Okay, Priya. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With my badge, you may feel like, yeah, feel. So it's not like that.
There we go, yeah. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so we're just discussing thoughts, experiences, and opinions based on those questions on wrong. So you are on question 1 for people at the individual level, talking about the agency and control. So she meant logging on to websites and yes, and what The terms and conditions.
She usually doesn't really
Yes.
take it. So
Yeah.
that is where a fear is. But
Yes.
generally you think you are in control, but for
Yeah.
Yes, I think I have control, but then I lose control just because of my ignorance.
Yes.
And taking things
So what would you say is then like a research question or like a priority for the policy to help you feel like you have more control over your data?
So just before that,
Yes,
there's
yeah.
a question he had asked.
Yes.
Why don't you read
the terms
the
and
terms and
conditions.
conditions?
Right, yeah.
And for me, there are two aspects. One, it is very long. So long, it's a whole page. That is one. Number two, there is always this feeling for me, whether I consent or not. So when you consent, then it's tied to access to a service. Or if you say no, I don't know what I was feeling yesterday. Then I refused to give consent. Then it says the system just told me no consent was granted, so I couldn't proceed. So there is that point of it is tied to access to a service. Yes. And you need that service. So you have to give me this so that you can take this. So if it was a policy for my kids, that is a very critical thing, so that you don't read a whole story for you to understand.
It's part of an aid agreement. Actually, I think it's a trade agreement. It's not an aid agreement because they're doing it in exchange for funding. So they're essentially selling the data. Usually selling the data. Because of county government law. So there's now Nairobi County government data, there's Mombasa County government data. I don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting income, education.
That's not the question.
Yes, I'm just saying, you are saying that unless it is economic benefits, then they talk about house. But that's the issue. The issue is that we don't have, we're not solving but that's the issue. The issue is that we don't have, we're not solving the issue for us to have benefits and value and jobs in Africa. We've got so many issues that, you see, I'm the data government.
Is frameworks, principles, need to be institutional.
Because for example, let's say this example comes here. I want to cut half. So
That's a use case, proven use case.
yes, exactly. So you see, so I'm saying, not only feel it but see it also. But see, so I'm saying, not only feel it but see it also. But people can sometimes
Laws and regulations, right? So these are really they're needed because people need to rely on it. And if you don't have reliability, this entire topic, then you don't invest. No, talk more than I do.
So in short summary.
Yes, and it's a disincentive.
Imagine this.
To investment.
From this conversation you guys have had, tell me the three things, like very simply, so that a layman can understand. The three things that both of you are saying.
I'll leave it to the gentleman. I'm just.
The three main things. Okay. The three things you've said. The three things you've said. Okay. Number one.
Number one is economic benefit. Point. Point taken.
Simple explanation of this.
Well, it's an economic benefit because if the governance strategy does not result in economic benefits.
Are we stopping? Or you have another? No. You'll be stopping in about 6 minutes.
What exactly
6 minutes.
I want to prompt. I want to.
If you're saying governance framework, it's not a layman term. Like, help me understand, what do you mean by governance framework? To simply put it in community.
I get your point. You mean for the community level?
But you can't relate directly.
Planet.
For example, I'm saying
planet.
Our
That's to also speak about planet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, how many more minutes?
6 minutes.
To discuss.
Yeah.
What am I finishing?
That's very simple. But no, that's not the governance.
I think so.
Governance level is not very
Yes.
regulation.
Yeah.
Governance level
Purpose.
gives you
I
guidance.
thought you said another
So we're
30
setting
minutes.
guidance.
Data and planet and data governance. You don't need this
What are
card.
we referring to?
Yeah.
For example, the first step.
Oh.
Because I'm noting this.
Access in
Okay. Communication has been something very,
Yes,
very
clear.
very clear to
Yes,
someone.
yes.
Okay. You get that what you're trying to do. Okay. There is there are
complicated in fact what's defined?
Hey, what is embedded here?
Yes.
Yeah.
But you see what we want. Yes. But you see what we are lacking. Encouraging connection.
Right, okay. I should have guessed, yeah. They were encouraging the collection of
But the issue about what we found in relation to when you do this selective testing.
No, you're protecting the human rights here.
Yes.
But
That they actually get to. No, yes. There's a time that people there's a time that people started opening up clubs in the neighborhood, in the neighborhoods, and of course the citizens complained, and then they started sharing data about noise decibels, the national environment.
I was going to tell her we're going to do some feedback now if she wants to come. Right, so what you should plan is that in a minute or so, each person will just give us something that they recall from their conversation as a research question or a policy priority they should take forward. And if something struck you also in your conversation that you want to continue the conversation with us on, or you want to share with us that we didn't get to discuss here, please find either Mpho or me, or scribble it down on one of those cards and hand it to us. And if you'd like to put your email address on there for a follow-up conversation, then also put your email address on there as well. If there's something that interests you about this work, and there's something that you also want to discuss with us, also put that down on there as well. All right, and then I'm going to come around and hand you some fashion statements for your laptops. I'm going to thank you for coming to our session stickers. We decided to go old school and give out stickers to our workshop participants. And yeah, I'll come around and give you that as you wrap up, and then we'll hear from you in about 45 seconds.
Thank you.
Only the cool kids will have them at the conference. Okay. Need any more for your colleagues? Yeah. I'll give you something else when you're going as well.
I'm new at the field of data, but I'm there for my governance experience.
Anyone?
And we did
For
this
you and a
access
friend.
data sharing, and it's been now formulated also for AI use.
Okay.
Yeah, we can talk about it later.
That will be interesting.
Okay. Okay.
I think we're all sharing. I think the question we will ask is how can improvement be done on these reports, the transparency and the impact they make. I think it's, for me, it's obvious that
if this interests you.
Like the example just gave right now, in other presentations, like the medical thing of
Keep presentation or you need to collect it in an accessible, it needs to be accessible.
So not accessible. Okay, I think they don't put like
okay.
Accessibility and presentation. Because you can have presentation.
Oh, it's not, accessibility also includes how you
present it.
you present.
Let me give an example. Right now it's happening. For example, I work out in the banking sector.
Yes.
And right now, BOT, the Bank of the Bank, has published different kind of
All right. Okay, we're going to start here. Why don't you go first? Okay, everyone, we're now going to listen in. Yeah.
So you can't do it, but the website is also
Coach and Paul. Okay, great. I think for this, I'm going to ask us all to stand up, if that's okay. This is only going to be a few minutes, but I'm going to ask us all to stand up. And we're just going to all huddle around here. We're going to return to campfire, and then you can come in and kick us off. So we'll just pass around the mic as you're going.
Okay. I'd say an immediate or one sort of standout point is around the environmental data, environmental governance aspect, and reflecting on the one hand how important that kind of data is, but on the other how often we somehow disregard it and disregard the responsibility of its collection and its publication. Spoke specifically about issues of water testing, for instance, and I'm sure that's the context. Okay, yeah, so that was one. So
okay. What is interesting in the for people prompt, there was a question of why we are not considering health data to feel that we have control and access to our health data. Which is interesting that, like, why not our health, which is the most sensitive of personal data. And for us, I think the writing was on the wall for Kenya with the health data sharing agreement with the US. We're just like, no, we don't think that we control or have access to our health data. When essentially that should be the major health data set that you personally have control and access over. So that was very interesting that none of us said that we feel we have control and access over our health data.
So for me, data, when it comes to whether we have control over data, I am scared the way Google keeps sending me 10 pictures I took 10 years ago, which are not online, but they are keeping. And when it comes to Africa, I think maybe this is something Research ICT Africa can look into. We had the Africa Union Data Policy Framework in November 2022. And since then and now, a lot of work has gone on in trying to harmonize data policies on the continent. But I still hear people whose opinion I respect. Even yesterday, I was in a meeting where one of them mentioned that there's still fragmentation and all that. So maybe we should look at why we are struggling to harmonize our policies. I mean, beyond the conditions that existed before the AUDP.
So we decided to be clever a bit and moved to the last one for Africa. And if Africa were a person. So one thing that we discussed here and what stood out is in most of the African countries, we talk about access to information. But it's access to information on paper, it's access to information on the lips, but the actual access is not happening. So if you want to get information either held by the state, then you really have to go through a long process to the extent that you get discouraged to look for this information. So if Africa was a person, then Africa is asking that make information accessible without condition. Thank you.
thank you. I think those are the two questions
Just
that
to keep
discussed, but then from the look of it, the for planet area, actually I was just passing around and was saying maybe I could have a thought of it.
have you ever accessed or utilized local environmental data records? Actually, no. And in fact, it's from the community that I'm coming from, you'd see people need to know their rights in regards with the environment, like the air quality aspect, the waste management aspect, the water quality aspect, but they know nothing. So it's their right to know those information, but then for us maybe who are working in the environmental consulting, then you get to know these things are very important to be communicated to the community, and people should know their environmental aspect, but then it's not implemented as it's supposed to be implemented. And in fact, maybe you'd find even in the development projects, they are putting more emphasis in technical aspect, maybe testing water or air quality, but they don't put emphasis on taking back the information or feedback to the community, telling them what the data from their measurement or monitoring aspect is all about. So it's a whole gap on people or individuals to access the environmental data and records. Thanks.
Intergenerational differences. I'm not condemning it. I'm saying it changes it. So just mentioning that. The second is environmental data. Yes, having agency, ownership, coalition now of mid-sized, or how do you say it, mid-sized power countries. So this mid-sized, or how do you say it, mid-sized power countries. So this goes beyond the African continent. I'm saying this from the EU perspective because we are currently not very successful in the EU to implement a EU standard in every country. Instead, we are making coalitions with other regions in the world.
That and this make difficult to have a meaningful control over our personal data.
Okay, so for the three thought-provoking questions, the first question, the thing that comes to mind is that there's a bit of a difference between what actually people are concerned with, let me call it sensitive data, and the data that falls under the other group. For example, most of us right now, maybe at our homes, we have things like electricity running, but nobody's concerned about the electricity data. But there are things that you touch, for example, health, when people start raising the eyebrow on this. So there needs to be a segregation whenever we're talking about control of data. There are things that people are more sensitive towards and things that people are not, maybe they are willing to give it freely. I work in the banking industry, so for example, some of the initiatives there, like personal finance, PFM. Personal finance requires and it helps people us serve our communities with data maybe about their patterns so that they're able to make better decisions on themselves. So people, generally, the general public, sometimes they don't even know how much they spent last month, how much they spent maybe on food last month. But once you give this information to them, it's very beneficial. So when we're looking at these conversations, sometimes it's not always a bad thing for some people are very willing to give you the control. And I'm pretty sure we all agree that sometimes, and I think the talk more is about having people maybe, let's say, take a trace back and remove their data. But there is a lot of other scenarios where people are very willing they're maybe not as concerned about their data as it is. And on maybe just let me touch on one of them. If Africa was a person, what data access and protection would they ask for today? I believe it's more of a conversation with the different parts of Africa itself. So I gave an example to one of our groups. There's, for example, limited information on health. And there are communities that need more health data than maybe data maybe regards on, not to take away from its impact, but let's say the general statistics of the country. Like this community is more needing access to health data than the other data that is there. So there needs to be also, to make it impactful, you have to know what is the number one priority data or access that community needs. What is the exact problem? So don't start with all data or maybe just data that doesn't even include there. So to these local governments, it might be a much easier conversation for you to know they're facing health issues. Go to them with a health solution or health transparency issue, but not other things. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We are officially being evicted, but thank you all so much for collaborating and going with the campfire metaphor, and and see you in the next workshops. Thanks so much, everyone. Where have we met before? Where have we met before? Is that?
No, I've been working with the UN Biodiversity Convention, and it's really like a research project for South Africa.
Maybe with ECT.
Maybe, but I don't think we're in the same field, because this is on biodiversity research I'm doing. We're working a lot with local communities. In the biodiversity field, we have the topic of digital sequence information, and this is maybe another waste.
In fact, the earlier plan was to do this session around 4:30. Yeah, it seemed that there were some changes, but was not communicated. I was just outside there waiting for 4:30 to come. So sorry if I kept you waiting for a long time. Yeah, my name is Ali Hamadi. I'm coming from UNFPA, particularly Zanzibar office. I normally do gender programs in the office. But at this session, I would like to present the outcome of the technology-facilitated gender-based violence mapping conducted by UNFPA with the collaboration with some few partners, particularly SISEMA, local NGO here, and it was taken aboard by one of the consultants hired by UNFPA. This was an important exercise because technology-facilitated gender-based violence is an emerging issue not only in Zanzibar, but in Tanzania at large. So we thought that in the lack of evidence, in the lack of information, it was a time to have something at the ground, at least that can lead some upcoming intervention in the area. So with this presentation, I will share with you I have divided it into 4 areas that we can follow it easily. The first one will be based on general introduction. The second will be on positive development issues that were found during the mapping. The third portion will be on strategic gaps, and the fourth one will be on priority. Some issues that can be taken aboard within the policy, relating to not only to fighting gender-based violence, but also to have the policies relating to TFGBV in Tanzania. Yeah, you may wonder why we wanted to have the mapping of technology-facilitated gender-based violence in Tanzania. Yeah, this was prompted by the increase in digital connectivity. For those who follows the digital connectivity situation in Tanzania, may be aware that the connectivity of internet is above 30% for now in Tanzania, and more than 80% of mobile phone users in Tanzania, they are accessing internet through their phones. So it means that we have a good number of people who their daily lives have total direct interaction with some internet issues. But the second reason was some social norms, the issues that are relating to gender-based violence, that we used to see those issues at the ordinary life, has been shifting to the online life. So we thought that because these issues are encroaching the online lives, it's better also to understand how do they relate with each other. There was a direct linkage between offline and online GBV as perceived, and the reality has been brought great attention to the issue of online safety, particularly in Tanzania, as the action between the interaction between the people and their mobile gadgets increase. Yeah, for those who are following the issues of technology-facilitated gender-based violence, maybe you may be aware of a good number of those kind of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. They are many, but the common ones are, as it can be seen over there. The first one is online harassment and threat. These are about more repeated messages meant to scare, control, or silence someone. And this someone, under normal circumstances, normally are women, girls, and adolescents. Again, there is your online exploitation and abuse. This is done in a form that can be done also in a physical way. It is using digital platform to exploit someone's sexuality, including grooming and coercion. And also there is a grooming direct. This is about building trust on online. Yeah, there in Zanzibar, there have been some cases on the issue of grooming. Yeah, children, adolescents, they use the phones of their parents, yeah, pretending that they are going to do some homework that have been given from schools, but normally they were communicating with someone who groomed them, yeah, build trust with them, and at a later days, they just abuse those girls. So it's a common practice. And there is also a non-consensual sharing of intimate images, again common here. Yeah, it's common to adolescents and girls. And there is a cyber stalking. We say that for those people, when you're with Usana, you are just doing a surveillance to your boyfriend, to your girlfriend, to anybody. This is a part of violence and is not accepted. There is also an issue of impersonation and sextortion. Other types include doxing that can be seen, deep fakes, this is common. They say that more than 95% they are done without consent. More than 95% of deep fakes are done without consent. Yeah, there is also this terminology, they call it catfishing, using fake identification online and deceive and exploit others, and also online mob attacks and gendered disinformation. Gendered disinformation, this targets people, yeah, because of their gender, yeah, with the false information to embarrass them, to humiliate them, and just to make them feel that they are not worth maybe living, worth being at the place where they are. Having seen the common types, I said that there may be some more. Yeah, I would like to share with you the objective of the mapping done by UNFPA. The objective of the mapping was first understanding a clear picture of how technology-facilitated gender-based violence is currently addressed within the existing system. Yeah, by existing system, we meant laws, policies, institutions, and practices, but also we wanted to identify areas where current framework do not adequately address digital forms of violence. And this third objective was to support decision-making on practical actions to strengthen the national response, also prevention and a protection mechanism on technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Yeah, it was an exercise that was done in Tanzania in general, yeah, meaning that it involves both mainland and Zanzibar, and within some selective regions. That was the scope. And as for its limitation was because it was conducted in 2025 during the election time. Yeah, there was some missing of the key figures, but it didn't affect the result of the study. The study, the mapping, was conducted in a form of desk review, key informant interview, and was analyzed, yeah, based on the theories and the practices at the international level. Yeah, as for analytical framework, UNFPA used the relevant international human rights frameworks, including convention, resolution and reports of UN and other expert bodies, and it also used the national framework and the informed theoretical perspective to determine the result of the mapping. Overview of progression. Tanzania, as a united republic, has an established legal policy and institutional framework that already address key elements relevant to technology-facilitated gender-based violence, including ICT regulation, criminal justice, and gender-based violence. Also, we can say that the framework are actively applied by regulators, law enforcement agencies, courts, and service providers. And as such, the current system, meaning that law, legal policy and institutional framework provide entry point for addressing technology-facilitated gender-based violence in Tanzania. Overview of gaps show that there is a need to strengthen legal framework by introducing explicit, substantive, and procedural provision on TFGBV. Also, there is a need to strengthen policy and institutional framework to ensure that TFGBV is systematically integrated into existing systems, including development of practical guidance for police, gender, and children desk, one-stop centers, and a national helpline, including case management forum. National Plan of Action Against Violence Against Women, Disability Committee, legal and other administrative measures, also investigation, prosecution, and adjudication of trial processes. What are the positive aspects of fighting gender-based violence in Tanzania? Legal base already exists. This can be taken as positive that if someone, if organization, if stakeholders would like to be part of fighting the gender-based violence, technology-based gender-based violence, they are not going to start from the scratch. There is already a wide range of laws and regulations that are supportive to fighting technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Again, there are other laws that provide powers, and among others, content control, investigation, data protection, and prosecution of online offenses, and also some additional laws such as Penal Code Cap 16 and the Evidence Act. This was not formulated, was not developed, was not acted directly to fight gender-based violence, but it still provides some environment that can be used to fight technology-facilitated gender-based violence in Tanzania. Yeah, with the relevant laws that can support our action, our plans in fighting gender-based violence, we have in Tanzania mainland almost 19 laws, as it can be seen over there. And there is also some policies. These are at least 8 policies, including national gender National Gender and Women Development Policy of 2023, the recent National Plan of Action to End Violence Against Women and Children, VAUC 2 of 2029, National ICT Policy, National Cybersecurity, and Tanzania Development Vision 2050, including those of Zanzibar. They are all supportive to fighting gender-based violence. As all has mentioned, it is some sort of atrocity that needed to be eliminated. Programmatic efforts that address cybersecurity issues and digital application. We also have establishment of computer emergency response team. During the morning session, you may had the minister responsible for ICT Zanzibar, Honorable Soraga, talking of computer emergency response team in Zanzibar. I'm not sure if there is same in mainland, but at least we have something here in Zanzibar. But there is also operationalization cybercrime unit at the police station, and these are responsible for taking care of these online cases, TFGBV cases in Tanzania. I think they are using much this unit, and we have also some e-government security operation centers. For Zanzibar, for the structure of Tanzania Union is a bit complicated. There are some laws that operate both Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar, and there are some laws that are specific for Zanzibar. So you may see that previously we have seen the laws in part of mainland that support the TFGBV cause. So here we can also mention some laws that are specific for Zanzibar, but again, support our cause in technology-facilitated gender-based violence. These include Zanzibar Broadcasting Commission Act of 1997, and some sectoral law with the media, with the arts, cinematography, and also some of the laws that earlier was meant to fight the normal gender-based violence. And some are very specific for Zanzibar. Apart from having a good framework of laws that can support our cause, we also wanted to see the institution. And for institution, we can say that there is also some institutions that have clear mandate on fighting gender-based violence. For instance, the issue of technology, particularly the use of phones and some regulation around it. For Tanzania, they are under Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority, TCRA, but we have Zanzibar Broadcasting Commission Act here in Zanzibar. They have some specific regulation that control the, sorry, I'm not sure if I missed. So we are, in addition to those institutions, we have also the police, which is a part of a union matter for Tanzania, also responsible for supporting the fight against technology-facilitated gender-based violence. There are also some coordination platforms like National Plan of Action Against VAUC, some ministries, and there is ongoing interaction between regulators and service providers that are also positive aspects of fighting technology-facilitated gender-based violence. In general, we can say that multi-stakeholder engagement for technology-facilitated gender-based violence is taking shape. We have government institutions, we have regulators, we have CSO, we have TAMA here in Zanzibar, we have Zafela, we have the Office of Department of Public Prosecution and some private sectors, but also we have development partners and UN agencies, UNFPA, UN Women, UNESCO, and EU and the UNDP, and we have the engagement of technology companies and telecommunication actors that all support the fight against gender-based violence. TFGB survivor support system are already established. We are using police, gender, and children desk. And in Zanzibar, we have almost 12 one-stop centers, which normally we are supposed to support the victim or survivors of gender-based violence. So it can be considered a good entry point for fighting gender-based violence in this case. Yeah, and that takes us to part 2 about the strategic gap that were found during the mapping exercise. And these are very important because it can be used to plan our sessions, our activities, our interventions towards fighting gender-based violence. Among the gaps that were found by the mapping exercise was that the existing laws such as Cybercrime and the Electronic and Postal Communication Act are being used to address online abuse, but none of them define technology-facilitated gender-based violence as a specific offense. Yeah, at one point in time in Zanzibar, we invited someone from the Office of Public Prosecution at a workshop talk, and we asked him how they normally prosecute people who are perpetrators of gender-based violence, using which laws. And he told us that they just try to find something relating to what has been the crime that has been committed, but there is nothing specific that can directly address the issue of gender-based violence within the laws. So that was a gap. And the second thing, incidents such as non-consensual sharing of intimate images, cyber harassment, and emerging forms like deepfakes are handled under general provision that do not fully reflect the nature of the harm and the sensitivity. And it is a gap also that the Personal Data Protection Act, CAP 44, provides privacy protection and complaint mechanism, but it does not sufficiently address image-based abuse or AI-related exploitation. Yeah, there is a gap also in Zanzibar that Zanzibar lacks a specific law to law govern personal data protection, but good news today, the minister responsible for ICT told us that they are already developing a policy, and normally the development of policy leads to the formulation of these laws. Yeah, as for Tanzania mainland, as hinted earlier, union ICT laws, including the cybercrime, are not fully applicable in Zanzibar. So sometimes if it happens that there was an issue or a case that was committed in Zanzibar and the perpetrator maybe traveled to mainland, sometimes it becomes difficult to apprehend the perpetrator because the laws are not just compatible to each other. Again, cooperation between institutions, particularly Tanzania Communication Regulatory Authority and the Zanzibar Broadcasting Commission, they are not directly compatible, but they are just cooperating in terms of good faith in a friendship manner. They were not compared by laws. This was a gap that we thought that should be taken care of. And the coordination, as I said earlier, is seen as more on practice, not clear rules. There is no rules that compels people to cooperate, or institutions that are dealing with the technology-facilitated GBV to cooperate. Another gap that was found was on existing GBV services, including police, gender, and children desk and one-stop centers. We have enough of it in Tanzania nowadays, and including Zanzibar, but they are not equipped to handle issues of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. So this is a gap. There is no clear procedure, and even the disclosure of TFGBV cases, including counseling digital risk assessment, cannot be properly taken. As a result, evidence could be incomplete, distorted, and these cases, mostly when they stand with the perpetrators at the court, they lose these cases. Yeah, again, it is a gap that the data management for TFGBV cases are fragmented. Various institutions I mentioned earlier usually collect data related to cyber and other crimes, but they are not at one database. Generally, the National GBV data system, example, Police Gender and Children Desk, One Stop Center, National Bureau of Statistics, one Office of Chief Government Statistician in Zanzibar, do not clearly identify or track TFGBV. Yeah, capacity gaps affect TFGBV case handling. Yeah, training or awareness on cyber crimes exist. Yeah, but not sufficient to manage the successful handling of TFGBV. Cyber forensic unit with police force need to be sufficiently. Yeah, we have been trying to train, but not at the capacity that is sufficient. And a comprehensive international training package on TFGBV has just been localized by UNFPA, but is still not fully scaled. Yeah, fully scaled to reach all the persons that are supposed to be trained. Yeah, another big, and this is maybe is a problem everywhere, is the funding remains limited and unpredictable. There is an issue in Tanzania, and I think in many countries in Africa, that the GBV issues are mostly seen as the development partners issues, and they experience some very lower funding from the government or from the local institutions. So it's again affecting the TFGBV. Many GBV intervention, mapping, training, manual, and dialogue are supported by DPs, and there is inadequate allocation of financial resources within the national or sectoral. Yeah, having said all of those issues, yeah, we came up with the policy recommendation. We thought that it was not just enough to identify those gaps, just to say the real situation of technology-facilitated gender-based violence in Tanzania, but we wanted to come out also with the policy issues that can be taken on board to make sure that Tanzania is a country fully take care of the problem, the growing problem of technology-facilitated gender-based violence at this time when everybody is talking of the technology. Among the recommendations that were put forward by this mapping, first was to put in place clear legal provision that deals specifically with technology-facilitated gender-based violence, including how cases are investigated, prosecuted, and handled. This is lacking in all current laws and the strategies. We are also suggesting that to ensure TFGB is properly reflected within the existing policy framework, we need to be addressed as a broader GBV and digital agenda, not specifically as an issue within the digital space. Also, to agree on practical working arrangement between mainland and Zanzibar for handling cases that cut across both sides, and clarify how institutions work together by setting out clear roles, responsibility, and timeliness. Yeah, the fourth recommendation was to adopt the UNFPA-supported capacity building package on TFGBV. There is UNFPA globally training package. This is aiming at training the service providers, the social welfare officers, and teachers to enable increased awareness of TFGBV. UNFPA Tanzania has contextualized it to enable it to be used within the Tanzania. So this recommendation is for the responsible institution and organization to take care just to adopt this kind of training package so that they can use the same to train the responsible officers. And the fifth recommendation is to adjust existing DBV services so they can deal with the digital cases, including handling of digital evidence reporting and follow-up with the TFGB survivor. The sixth one is to improve how data are collected and used so that TFGBV is properly reflected in national data system, indicators and definition, and to ensure there are dedicated financial resources within the government budget to support this initiative. And the last one was to move forward with the immediate actions using existing processes while improving coordination and the other capacity gaps across institutions. Yeah, asanteni sana. Yeah, we may. Yeah, thank you. I think we can discuss, we can ask, yeah, not to respond, but at least in that in a way that we can discuss and see how can we better the fight against technology-facilitated gender-based violence, which has become an issue recently in Tanzania. Thank you so much for listening.
What is the government saying about TFG, the case of TFGB? Do they recognize it? Do they think it's another donor or civil society money-making scheme? Or do they actually know it exists and they are willing to make amendments, or they feel that law can't be amended? Because when you talk about TFGBV, it cuts across, I don't know the laws available in Zanzibar or Tanzania mainland, but what I would think, if you have something on freedom of expression, TFGBV would fall into such an amendment. If you have something on data protection, if you have something on computer misuse, all those would fall into. So my question is mainly, was the government involved into this research? And if so, what are they promising, or what do they think about TFGBV?
Yes, thank you so much. Sorry, I can't remember. You mentioned his name?
No, Eileen.
Yeah, Eileen. Yeah, thank you so much, Eileen. Yeah, regarding the involvement of government, I think I have been involved in many ways. The first thing in Tanzania, particularly Zanzibar, you can't conduct any big research without having the permit of the government. But at the second phase, they were almost more than 60% of responders. You know, the issues of the technology, most of the time is controlled by the government. So they were mainly they made those key informant interviews, and the documents came from them. Yeah, so we can say, yeah, in that case that they were fully involved. Yeah, we again involved them. Again, we involved them when disseminating the finding of this study. It was done in, I think, in Dar es Salaam. It was in early March this year. Yeah, and the people from the government authorities, I remember that we had the principal secretary of Ministry of Gender Zanzibar and some people of the director level from the mainland and some technological company. And I remember one among the panelists was members from the police cybercrime. They participated in panel and they came out with some resolution. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm Emma Piri from Zambia. I'm saying that was a good presentation, but however, I just want to find out, now that you've done the mapping, what is the next thing you would want to do? Because equally, where I'm coming from, in Zambia, we normally have a big research, which is at national level, working in collaboration with the Zambia Information ZICTA and the National Statistical Office and the other relevant line ministries and departments, including private sectors, to conduct that big research. But one thing I've noticed, we've never carried like a survey just solely on the technology-facilitated gender-based violence. It's something that is equally new. But what we've done, we've embarked on a journey to develop a national strategy to end online GBV and abuse, which is yet to be finalized. But with this, I've learned something that I think it was, and I don't know, it's something that we can do, and the fact that it's UNFPA is actually in most of these member states. So it can be a good thing, maybe recommendation, so that we can do a comparative study, so to speak, from one member state to another, and yourselves being the lead, the fact that you've already done it. So I don't know, do you have a national strategy on ending technology-facilitated GBV?
Yeah, thank you so much. Name again? Sorry, mine is Ali Ahmad. Yeah, okay, thank you so much, Emma, and thank you for your observation. In fact, it is a problem everywhere. Even people at the government side, they feel that UNs and some big organization, they like document too much. But at least with this, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, because there is recently developed National Plan of Action to End Violence Against Women and Children in Tanzania mainland, and in Zanzibar also we call it NPA VOC 2. The promising thing is that there is some issue, some intervention on technology-facilitated gender-based violence, at least can be seen within the result matrix of those documents. So we believe that at least it could be taken care. But again, it's a part of Zanzibar 2050 vision and is a part of Tanzania 2050 vision. What we were expecting, that we had that recommendation, 80 policy recommendation, to feel that this has been taken care of. We wanted the issue that we suggest, like having a law, particular law that is taking care of TFGBV enacted in Tanzania, because as we said, as for now, is fragmented and easily perpetrators of TFGBV can go escort-free, because they cannot tightly taken into account. Regarding if we have the national TFGBV strategy, not really. is an emerging issue, and yeah, I appreciate that you have reminded us the importance of having it. I also concur with you on the need of having comparative studies alongside this region, yeah, at least the southern East African region, to see if there is any relation within the situation, yeah, and if we can have something that can be modeled to by both countries along the area. Thank you so much. I have been reminded that we had only 10 minutes.
For Zambia, we have now law that can take care, that takes care of technology facilitated GBV. Yes. Then the Anti-GBV Act is currently undergoing review, and that also in some provisions where we thought maybe we left out something, we've taken advantage of the revision.
That's amazing.
Very important step. You are ahead. You are ahead, hongera. Asanteni sana jamani. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening. Yeah, and my apology again for keep you waiting.
How can you get the report? How can you get the report? Is it ready for giving?
I think I can share. You just write your email.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, nitakupigia ndio kwenye session.
Okay. What's your question? What have you asked me? Umeniulizaje? Sawa. Good evening. My name is Catherine. I know we are in the last session of the day. Thank you for joining us and having this conversation. I am not sure whether to wait for the other teams. I am hoping we'll be joined by more people once the other sessions conclude and people. And I'm also not sure, are we having a tea break or we just continue? Okay. So Article 19 is a regional and global organization that speaks on freedom of expression, access to information, and protecting civic space, including in the digital context. So this is a very brief conversation and interaction. I'll just display one or two things and then like 3 slides, and then we discuss. And I'm hoping we will have feedback. So just to know who is with us, by a show of hands, do we have government or public officials in any way just in the room? Okay. Do we have civil society? Okay. Do we have tech companies, digital service providers, that sector? And academia, by any chance? Anyone in that space? Okay. So I'm hoping. Okay. So partners, friends, and the larger UN. Thank you. So the conversation will significantly focus on who are the other people in the room. So it's not really for government, it's not for civil society, but it's the other stakeholders. And that's why I was doing a general mapping of who is with us. Looking at securitization and what exactly does it look like, and appreciating that in our country, in our region, in Africa, we do have reasons to need security, either at the individual level, at community level, but also at the national level. So what does that look like, and what has been the context that have necessitated securitization and the response of the government in different facets? And with that securitization comes the aspect of what information does the government have and how do they apply it in different countries or in different regions. So I hope it's clear. So in the last few years, we have been working with different stakeholders in Kenyan context, looking at what is the security measures taken by the state, especially when it comes to gathering of information. And that has led us to the conversation of what is the surveillance and the information gathering systems, but also the technology that has been used. And in what context? Balancing the interest between security, but also oversight and abuse of that opportunity by the state and the security forces. So we did a study a few years back and looking at which are the exact tools that have been used, whether it's online, whether it's in person, and how that information and the tools have been applied, unfortunately, beyond what they were intended to do. And it has come to apply or being misapplied in people of different categories, in particular civic space actors, and whether it's journalists, whether it's human rights defenders, whether it's digital activists, whether it's opposition actors, and just how the system of surveillance technology has been used against them and limit their rights. So I'm trying to not use up so much context. It's an extensive research. I'm hoping a number of us will be able to just find it online. It is online, and just go through the details of experiences, times, and actual material used. So in the Kenyan experience, we had one incident, one significant moment in time in 2014, where the government was responding to terrorism. And for some years since 2008, slightly before, but 2008, we've had terrorism attacks in Kenya. So in the government response and providing security for the people, there have been measures by a few security agencies that have infringed on basic human rights and fundamental freedoms. So in this particular incident, in 2014, there was a law that was introduced, and it was targeting individuals and communities and groups that, as a civil society, we believed were very biased and discriminatory, and was mainly an excuse for what the government really wanted to do, and was being abused even when it came to implementation. So not only was it the law was wrong, but also the system of identification of people was wrong. The enforcement when it comes to rounding up individuals of, in this case, Somali residents or Somali origin, and also how they were removed, forcibly removed from the country, became a concern. And that began a whole conversation in our country. What exactly are security measures when we talk about terrorism and the state response, and what is national security? And that has been an experience. It has come up in different facets. I've only used this example. There are more examples in our research. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we did do this research with our colleagues from Kiktanet. They're our good partners. Unfortunately, they were not able to travel with us this time. So what exactly do I want to highlight from that research? One, the government does use general communication interception plans or programs where phones are monitored, where mobile phones, landlines, any means of communication, emails are standard, generally monitored. And this goes beyond just the idea of court orders or court instructions, but to the concept of an abuse of a process where any police officer can actually track whoever they want to track without a formal basis of procedure or purposes. There's also mass data collection programs, seasons and times where the government has initiated programs that collect mass data. And the ones that come to mind and are mentioned significantly in this document is the Huduma, which is called service, public service, and Maisha, which is life in Kiswahili. And the reasons given by the state are for service provision, access to information, and just making people instead of using different data systems, bringing every citizen into one platform. But the effect of this has also been to target and identify individuals and limit them from services. So that has been a concern, and a number of these mass data collection processes have been defended and argued in courts of law, and some have even been struck down. Lastly is what we have seen in the social media context, how surveillance is used and how individual, either influencers, content creators, and actors, their platforms and their comments are removed, either randomly or selectively. And it goes beyond just the basics that are allowed in law, which would be something like incitement to violence, hate speech, but it goes to in any dissent and voices of opposition. So we are, as Article 19, we are bringing this conversation to our civil society groups in Kenya, but in this Tamasha Fest, we have an opportunity to discuss with us being different people in our continent and in Africa, how does this apply to you? Before I pose the questions, think about it. What exactly are the places and the times? Is this practical in your countries? Does this happen has this been an experience? Maybe not even in your countries, or in context within in Africa. I want to start there before I go to the next set of questions. I don't know if anyone is able to respond. Does surveillance, security, data protection raise any concerns, especially for civic space actors? Anyone who would want to respond at this point? Okay, let me step back. Are we on the same conversation? Or did I rush through? Because I'm also hoping that I do not keep you past 5:15. So, are we on the same conversation? Did my beginning moments communicate? Yes, because I have a set of questions in the next slide. I just need to know if they are relevant or contextual, or just Kenya, exclusively Kenya.
Okay, hi, my name is Angela Minayo. I work at Article 19 Eastern Africa, so I'm here with my colleague Catherine. Maybe to prompt is to ask if Tanzania and Zanzibar have had any terrorist incidents, and how governments responded, and how in that response digital surveillance might have gone overboard. Because the Kenyan example might sound, but also the Kenyans in the room like Amnesty International who should be sharing more.
It's a very small room, so if I have to look around, my search ends in seconds. Anyone who would want to respond from a different country? Have we had security concerns in our respective countries? Or is Kenya unique?
Yes, security concern here, I think is everywhere, because even when you talked about the issue of terrorism and that bombing at the US Embassy, it happened together with the Tanzania and the attempt in Uganda, yes. And I think that was the beginning of all of those things that you say, surveillance within using the technology and everything. I am not sure if there is a specific law in Tanzania, but I understand that there are some measures taken underground to take care to stop all issues that relating to terrorism and sometimes even suspects. I know that in past 5 years there were more than 50 people, the faith people, who have been taken into custody, just being suspected of either organizing or relating to some terrorist group. So it is an issue everywhere, and it is among the cause that has caused the surveillance of data, of information, within many platforms.
Thank you. Any other feedback? Tanzania or otherwise? Or Kenya? Okay, so I want us to, now that we appreciate and recognize that there have been security concerns in Kenya, in Tanzania, and a few other regions, I'm sure West Africa, if we had a comrade or a person from West Africa, we would have a perspective from that side. So I want to ask 3 questions. And more like a discussion. What is because the government does not necessarily create these platform systems, tools, and equipment that actually go into the conversation of surveillance. They rely on us, they rely on us as service providers, as tech experts in different contexts. So, yes, as any techies in the room, any service providers, any consultants, any experts in security, when it comes to the products that are used, or the products and the tools that are used for surveillance, protection, security, would you know about it? Do we always know about it? Do we know when it happens? Is there a tracker or an alarm, let me call it that, an alarm bell that actually tells us this is happening? I know you're reading the next question, so I'm still on the first question. Would we be able to know exactly something is being applied or being used? And the second question is, who is the person who would be informed first, or when you're mapping out a system, a product, who is the one who takes responsibility? Is it you, or do you pass it on when you sell the product, or is it individuals who use the products? Where would that fall in? And lastly, what can change? What can change internally, externally, with the product or with the engagement you have with your buyer? In this case, being a security agency or an oversight institution, what can change? Any thoughts or any questions? Maybe I'm too fast on that. It's difficult. No, there's no magic answer. It's not a conversation that has started today, and we might not have all the answers today. But I'm wondering and questioning us as different people. What would be who has the responsibility? One, do we know when it happens? Do we think we should know? Okay. Let me start with, if you're able to, please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, my name is Aurelia Miheso from Amnesty International Kenya. I am not a techie, but my contribution would be in terms of whether a platform or a product is used to track, silence, or identify a civilian or any human rights defender. I think the owner of the product knows. And in my view, I will say they facilitate the whole process. Why? Imagine in a situation where that product or that technology didn't exist, and that means there was no platform for that particular violation to happen. So as a back end or a provider for any tech platform or a product that is used in any way for digital surveillance, then the owner knows, and they should be able to put in mechanisms to ensure that that actually doesn't happen. And that's why we've been, for the long time, having conversations around, for example, technology-facilitated violence or surveillance based on telcos and other digital platforms. Basically because these platforms are used as facilitators for these particular incidents. and ideally they should be approaching or adopting the model of safety by design, in that your product is not used to facilitate any unsafe or unsafe use of the platform. That means you put mechanisms in place to ensure that doesn't happen. So, which means as a service provider, then first of all, I know, and then number two, I actually agree to doing that. And I'll use, for example, the alleged cases against Safaricom in Kenya, against Meta or Google, and all the human rights violations that have taken place on these platforms or have been facilitated by these platforms. So my answer will be yes. They know, and they actually know how to stop it.
My answer is it depends. And the reason is very simple. The way you've coached number one, I need more context. Was the surveillance done with due process? Was there a court order? Was the surveillance done within the scope of the time frame that the court order was given for? But other than that, it tracks to a bigger question around how much tech companies can reasonably be part of the change. I ask this because for a long time, people working in digital rights have always asked companies that come up with surveillance tools and technologies to stop selling to governments. But we're in a capitalist society, and who says no to money? How can we be sure that whenever they're asked by this government, they don't sell the technologies? But other than selling the technologies, we're also aware that governments are now building capabilities within their own intelligence services to produce, innovate, and come up with these technologies themselves. So it's a question of accountability, but a question of how much can we really know, given the information in asymmetry between civil society and tech companies themselves.
Thank you. Any other response? So I like the two aspects. And the third one was a bit scary, that we cannot manage what they build internally. But there is, I don't want to show the next slide because it's a bit of our responses. So I first wanted to just see where we are at in the room. Recognizing that, one, we do have laws and systems, especially in Kenya, I may not be conversant with a lot of other countries, that protect the end user, that protect the individual. The question becomes on actual implementation and enforcement and oversight, actually. So how do we tell who is using what, and what access do we have once it starts being used in the wrong way? Access to change, access to inform, access to report, access to influence and stop, practically. So how do we start that conversation? So this is Article 19 and KICTANET asking our different stakeholders across the region from the fest. What is possible and what networks and coalitions can we build that actually respond to individual situations? What is possible is still continuing the conversation and interacting with individual service providers and net platform hosts, whether accessible in Africa or otherwise, and still making that conversation visible and present. In some contexts, we have seen partners go to court, whether it's against local telecommunications or regional and global actors. That's not possible for all of us. So it's necessary, but it's not as accessible as we would want it to be. How do we move from here? So I want to go to my last slide. I don't know if there's a comment or a response at this point. Okay. So okay. No worries, no worries.
I'm a bit curious about how you think this level of accountability can work when counterterrorism laws are still giving law enforcement a lot of investigative powers when they're investigating terrorist cases. So how do you see that balance? Because we know that they have substantial power to get this data from telcos and other platforms.
I have two responses. So first, we do recognize that the laws are faulty. Before even you talk about powers, even the basic definition of some offenses or crimes, or even terrorism itself, globally there's no definition. So even at the national level, it's prone to abuse. It's prone to influence by political interests. So what has become is, at Kenyan level, is more lobbying on the law to change and definitions. At the global level, with every review of the counterterrorism measures and global counterterrorism strategy, yes, it's concluding, I think in June this year. It goes every 2 years, there's a review of how states should apply counterterrorism measures in their region. So that advisory at the international level is very productive in some cases. And one aspect they have embraced at the global level is looking at the unintended consequences. So not just looking at what you're trying to solve, but who has been affected even as you try to solve, whether out of objective application or even abuse. So bringing that conversation, sadly, when it comes to the review of that global counterterrorism strategy, Africa does not participate as much for whatever reasons. It happens in New York every 2 years. I don't say blanketly it's because of we don't want to, we are always invited. There's some resources, at least in some countries, that can enable government and civil society to participate. It's just more of not everyone has the same information, especially in Africa. So civil society tries to engage, but it's not as productive. Governments are very few who respond to it. I think Kenya was co-leading one of the working groups. We are waiting to see the report of that conversation. So whatever is being appreciated and recognized at the global level has not reached Kenyan, African countries or African enforcement systems. So there's a whole gap there. What can we do? I want to say court action, but it's very selective. Not every situation can reach court and have a successful outcome. So if the law is faulty, we can't go to court. We still now need to lobby and change the main law. And hopefully, with that support at the global level of how they interpret application, it will influence our leaders. But there's no guarantee that everything will apply. And we've seen what has happened. Okay, let me not finish that sentence. So there have been concerns on how counterterrorism laws are applied across Eastern Africa. So we are at a very behind stage in this whole conversation. But one thing we are hoping, this coming to Data Fest and meeting a few actors in the service provider private sector link, is appreciation of what human rights look like when they provide services and where their role comes in. What extra mile can they go as service providers, as consultants, as advisories, and those level of conversations or stakeholders. So I'm sorry, we do not have that perfect answer today, and it may not come very soon for some of our countries. So I want to just highlight a few recommendations we had from our research, and this goes mostly to our different stakeholders. The report has more recommendations to government, to parliamentary committees, to police and security. So I just picked these 3 for this conversation. As civil society, our role is document. And it looks very monotonous and unproductive in some cases. But without that data, we can't feed the system to produce the results we need it to produce. In every conversation with the state, with service providers, with the civilians, there's the question of how many people, how many incidences, how many countries, how many. So as civil society, our role, our significant place is to report on situations, violations, and incidences of concern, and communicate it in the best way possible to different stakeholders. How we speak in one context at the national level may not be the same as the Global Strategy Review or UPR or African Commission. So creating the reporting system for different contexts. Second is to private sector, which a number of us do participate in or are part of. How do you make sure your platforms, your tools, your advisories, your input actually respects human rights? What is the extra measures we can take? And this is also looking what you've just mentioned, businesses. Even as you look at the balance sheet effect, how do you incorporate systems and platforms that actually protect the end user? And lastly is to academia. I think the lady has stepped out. We need more research on what surveillance looks like, what is the systems being applied, and how does that feed into the sector? We cannot all, one person can't do it all. So, and there are different things, what laws need to change. But if we have these three actors coming in and doing their main mandate and strength, then we are able to enforce human rights principles and standards in actual surveillance. Because we're not saying eliminate all surveillance, we're just concerned on the oversight, independent oversight, and then there's an abuse of the process by particular leaders and individuals for their own benefit. I want to conclude at that point, but I'm opening at comments and responses or questions.
I just wanted to comment on the academia bit. When I started working on surveillance, I realized that most of the surveillance research was coming from a university in Canada, I think University of Toronto or something. And they were doing a lot of research around how surveillance technologies actually work. At the time, there was one that was very famous. I forget the name, but it was a surveillance technology that can intercept phone calls and things like that. It's sad that we don't have such similar studies or research projects in African institutions, given that we know that our governments are buying these technologies. We know that they're using these technologies, especially against human rights actors. But this information is very anecdotal. Maybe you want to also look at the case brought by Kenyan human rights activists who are suing the DCI because their phones were actually intercepted, confiscated from them and then intercepted, and they found out that they had installed surveillance technologies. I think that is a very good case to include in your work and presentation in the next year.
Yes.
But maybe you want to reply to it first?
No, I agree. That's
okay. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Well, are we actually as many that we need the microphone here? I don't know. The live stream. Okay, yeah, it's true. Well, my comment is a little bit what I said in the last session and what I also heard a little bit or didn't hear on the stage that we had before on the plenary. The second bullet point, it talks about human rights standards that needs to be complied to, basically. This is what it's saying, relying on UN principles, etc. I fear a little bit, and I'm aware this is a bit of a generic statement, but I fear a little bit through data and artificial intelligence that is available also for security, but not only there, but in other aspects of society. The concept of human rights can't hold anymore. And I think it is not that, the question is not, and this is what has been said on the plenary, righteously so, that human rights principles need to be applied when producing, storing, etc., data and all this kind of stuff. But I think the other way, it is also true that the availability of data and the way it is used, AI and social media, has an impact in particular on the younger generation, and I'm talking about maybe below 35, 40, how they perceive privacy and how they perceive what human rights are. I'm concluding in a second. I just want to complete it a little bit. I'm a child of the post-war era, where human rights were very important after the Nazi, after the Second World War. This era is fading. And we have totally new concepts now that are coming, maybe non-concepts, but ideas of what the protection of human rights needs to be. And I fear, and this is a hypothesis, it is not a fact, and I'm not saying I'm advocating for it, but I fear that with the new world of data and AI, we will not be able to hold on to the same principles as we used to, because today's global socioeconomic constellation and global political constellation is none of value anymore. It is one of economic and global power interest primarily. And this is a big difference to the post-war situation that we had. I'm stopping there. I could go on for half an hour, but this is what I fear.
I'm tempted to ask a question back. And it might be offensive not to that generation of previous leaders or thought makers. So, who created one generation systems, us who are not appreciating the diversity and the change, or the
trade, simply because than human rights, simply because apparently very fast. Yes. And area of law. It depends on resolutions, good faith between states, and things like that. So I admit to an extent, but the problem is that unfortunately, until the human rights system is replaced by another system, it remains to be the only accountability mechanism that we have against both governments and companies.
May I reply directly? Thank you very much. And I think I agree to 90% of what you said. What I do not agree is the last sentence that you said. I also agree to that. But what I really want to say is we should ask ourselves the question in how much human rights were really complied to in the past, and how far it was actually. But at home in the 50s, the US were, during the McCarthy era, really treating so-called inland enemies very badly. So human rights violations. This is just a very obvious. I don't want to play a blame game here, right? It's not the US is bad or something. I'm half American as well. And so this is kind of, I think the power of human rights values in institution lost steam, basically. No, I think it coincides with the upcoming possibility of data and AI. I think this was a change. Because with the data, however you want to use it, or however you define it, the ability to survey, the ability to make war, the ability to create mega big companies changed it. Because also countries lost power in a certain way, and we have to deal with oligopolists worldwide that are determining global politics to their economic gain, I think. So, okay, but this is very broad and it needs more detailed discussion, but I just want to put it in there. So this is a view of a few. And I think if we talk about this topic, I think we need to open that box of Pandora.
I don't think we are ready to talk about it that way. It's safer. I don't know if there's any other, before we come, any other response, question, clarification, input beyond this or in this particular aspect. Okay. So looking at how to dismantle this not this argument, but this. But I'm sure we're not ready for that conversation, unfortunately. I think it's because also the fact that it is all we know, a number of us, sadly. So that opportunity and that moment to step back and recreate and learn something new or create something new has not presented itself or has not been our focus area as civil society, not just as one institution. And it is a challenge. So thank you for bringing that up. I don't want to go back to this. I feel like I'll be escaping the thought process on that. But I do hope in this ongoing work, whether at civil society, as private actors, or as academia, there is some progress we can make for good, not just for ticking a box not because resources are available, but because at the individual level, there are people living it day to day, difficulties and challenges